next level.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live with myself, Jack Garvey Garwood, and hopefully some of the rest of the team joining us throughout the day. Massive hello to all of you. I was already saying hello to a few of you in the chat room so far. Jim says morning. Tanya says morning. Please don't expect this full level of rushed production. I'm on my own for a little while because we're very busy this week. As you might have guessed, Phil Bars is down at the Lakeside for the WDF World Championships. I'm here Pro Tour streaming all weekend. Lee Boyce is busy, but then he is off to the Lakeside for the rest of the week. We've got Premier League coming up in Leeds on Thursday, and we've got all sorts happening basically. So a massive thank you for joining us here at Online Dart. Still about 4 or 5 minutes to go before we get underway. Morning, Mike. How we doing? Devon's Dart says, who does Gary Anderson play? Let's have a quick look because I can see all 16 boards at once. Let's look for that Scotland flag. It is a Sunday. Is he even there? Oh, Gary Anderson is on board number 1 against Darius Labanauskas. He's also on the same board as Gerwin Price. Marcus says, morning from Sweden. 2 streaming boards for you today. Damon Hetta will start off against Jason Lowe. That also includes Jermaine Watermainer, Jeffrey Desvan, Dave Chisnell's on Lurch, back at Ted Everts and Roby John Rodriguez. I'm just waiting for the second board to be available so I can see who's above it. And as you will finally being seeded to get Price's board as a 32nd seed. Exactly. Who does Barney play? Oh my, what a thought that is. I have just realised something quite possibly very unfortunate now that you've mentioned his name. I'm not sure I've got the Barney alarm in the streaming software I'm using today, but I will persevere and try and get it for you guys anyway. I can't see his name. Oh, he plays Callum Ritz, 3rd on board number 15. Morning from Canada. Nice. Yeah, it must be early over there. Jeez. What are you, 5 hours ahead of us? 6 a.m.? 7 a.m.? Devon's Darts. Go, Gary. Go. There's already one numpty about. Please bear with me. I haven't eaten yet this morning. Nothing like last minute prep. Just raided half of Greg's. 7 a.m. Jesus, Bill. With us for the long haul then. Are you a football fan, Bill? A soccer fan? What did you think of your World Cup draw? There was a point where I was hoping for you. Well, actually, I'm glad we avoided you guys. Take the USA instead. Morning, Darts Guru. Morning, Matthew. Geffen says, time does the dart starts. Play gets underway at midday, so I'm just waiting for streams to kick into life. No idea what happened there. A little bit of a blip. Stream board of crap. I don't know which one the second one is. I did see it on Twitter somewhere. Is it Jose de Souza's board with Gert de Vos, Josh Rock, Max Hart, Martijn Kleermaker, Richie Edelson, Simon Whitlock, Barry Van Peer? Am I right in thinking that? I think that's the one. Kingsley's in from Jamaica. Good to see you. Morning, Ollie. Yeah, I'm on my own for them now. Hopefully we've got a few dropping in and out throughout the day. Mike says, I'm Welsh, Gob, let's have you. A, you've got to get past whoever it is first. And B, I wouldn't admit that in public, mate. It's fine, though. We're all friends here. We won't bully you too much for it, but, you know, some things you just should keep to yourself, mate. I'm joking if there are any fans in from Wales, of course. The issue with me being on my own is that I am currently sharing a screen as a projection rather than what Phil would normally use. So I use different streaming software to Phil, which means I can't keep an eye on all 18 or 16 boards at once in terms of score by score. I'm going to keep up to date from the home screen. I can see all 16 at once, which means, let's be honest, folks, if there's ever going to be a day where there are 9 darters absolutely flying in whilst I'm on stream and I can't see any of you, then it's going to be today, isn't it? No, Stephen, I will not be bringing back the mullet. But I was about 5 years too late to the skin fade party, so you never know. If the mullet goes really big, I'll do it when I'm about 35 if I still got hair. Morning, Adrian. How are we all? It's quite weird just talking to yourself. And I've only been on live for about 4 minutes. This could be a long, long day. Come on in, chat room. Let's have your predictions for an outright winner of the day. Who wins Players' Championship number 10? Let's have you. Mike's gone Michael Smith to win the day. That's the one I should be using. Nothing like getting a message 4 minutes into the stream going, change the background that we spent all night fixing last night. Yeah, cheers, Phil. He's watching on his way down to the lakeside. It should be there by now, surely. As long as you don't answer yourself back. I'll give it a go. I am going to argue with myself at some point, I think, just for a bit of fun. When it says, who loved the James Wade April Fool? So I really liked it. I thought James Wade was really, really good in it as well. I know I can be a little bit biased towards James. I actually thought his comedic timing and sense of humour is very, very good as well. He's very dry with it, but it just worked in that role. I know it was only a little social media prank, but the guy from Juices was a little bit rigid. I thought he could have been a little bit more entertaining. But yeah, Kane says MVG wins today. Teresa says Dobie to win today. Adrian says MVG. Devon's Dart says Christoph Ratajski. Mike says, I've done these long streams and they're fine. Get tons of food and drink. Well, there's a reason it was scheduled to start at 11:45 and it wasn't until about 11:51 that I went live. Because waiting on Greg's to arrive. So I've got some potato wedges in front of me. I have 5 pasty slices available and a couple of drinks as well. And then if that doesn't last me today, I'm in trouble because I'm supposed to start dieting, but I just cannot have enough shakes ready next to me to go. So we can't do that. James Smith, MVG today, 6-1, super easy route to the last 8. James Kelly says Damon Heta. Stephen says, I think Schindler goes deep and wins. Offbeat says Price to win. Jack says Anderson. Offbeat Schindler. I don't know what the rest of that says. Sorry, I don't speak German. Although I did say hello this morning in German. That was about as far as I can go. Is Price and Wright playing today, says Matthew? Yes, they are. Go and Price takes on Tony Martinez on board 1 first. There's no bye today. They filled the field. It was a late withdrawal yesterday, I believe. Peter Wright takes on Ricky Evans on board 5. What do we want as the feature game then? There's 3 games live at the minute. Now 4. Ratajski, Keane, Barry, Vincent van der Voort, Dimitri, Peter Wright, Ricky Evans, Gordon Mathers, Rob Cross. Brilliant. Joe Cullen, Heta to run deep. Simon Whitlock. Can we watch Peter Wright versus Ricky? Let's go Peter Wright versus Ricky then. We'll put that one up there. So that'll be the featured game on the right-hand side, and then scores will come in on the left. Afternoon, Pete. Good to see you, pal. Lee Seymour won a talk radio competition yesterday. Judge Rob Rinder and professional pickpocket James Freeman helped me win £100 for a chosen charity during Former's afternoon show. Good on you, pal. Right, evens. No one else on Price offbeat. I think the issue is Price offbeat is he's still throwing with a fractured hand. Yes, he won a Pro Tour on it before, but I think now that he knows it's fractured, the mentality changes a little bit. Yeah, cheers, James. Hopefully it won't be solo all day. But we'll give it a go. I'll try and keep an eye on the challenge tour for you guys as well. They're into the last, some 32 games on, some 16 games on in challenge tour event number 8. Matt Edgar is out in the last 32. Dan Reed has beaten him. Alex Long's beaten Michael Flynn, who had a really good day yesterday. Sergio Krasin is out. He lost to Sebastian Białowski. Pete Burgoyne's still going. Go on and Pete. A local player to me. Dave Pallett's beaten Sean Lorraine. Lee Evans is still going. Jerome Mioch just lost to Stephen Burton. Scott Williams still going. He's beaten Lucas Vainik 5-4. And Stefan Grieser has beaten Marcel Erber. Peter Jakes is 4 each at the minute. Michael Schmader 4 each with Kenny Nyans. Kevin Blom 2 apiece. Nathan Gervin 2 apiece with Danny Van Tripp. Another good day for him yesterday. Him and Michael Flynn, the standout yesterday without actually winning one. Martin dragged one up on Thomas Lovely and Stephen Burton, now up against Lee Evans. Horrible first leg indeed in the featured game. Peter Wright taking it over 65 average. Elsewhere, Tony Martinez has taken the opener against Gerwin Price. Darryl Gurney off to a good start against John Michael as well. Van der Voort takes opener against Dimitri. Barry Keen Barry, Christopher Tyski won a piece. Rob Cross takes opener against Gordon Mathers. Michael Van Gerwen wins the first leg against Brett Claydon. Yeah, you weren't lying about that board. 10, Dolan won them up on Vladimir Anderson. 11, Neil Zonneveld 2-0 to the good against Michael Smith already. Ryan Searles won up on Jimi Hendrix. The streaming boards are just kicking into life as well. Johnny Clayton won them up on Damian Moll. Joe Collin takes opener against Graham Hall. Luke Humphreys won them up on Mickey Mansell. It is Jose de Salza against Gert de Vos, and it is Damon Hetta against Jason Lowe as for streaming board games. Peter Wright doubles his advantage. Morning, Andrew. Pete's going for voltage today. He should have won last weekend, shouldn't he? Jim says James Wade to win today. That's something I can get behind, Jim. As the sole member of the James Wade fan club. It's not James playing today, it's his doppelganger from Producers. I forgot what his name was. Who's on board 1, Devons? As in actual board 1 or streaming board 1? Streaming board 1, it's Damon Hetta against Jason Lowe. Actual board 1, we've got Gerwin Price against Tony Martinez, Ryan Joyce and Jules Van Dongen, Gary Anderson and Darius Labanauskas and John Brown and John O'Shea. I don't think you can watch any of the matches for free offbeat. If you've got a PDC TV subscription, you can watch one of the 2 streaming boards. If not, you could just watch all of the scores like we're doing via tv.dartconnect. Morning, Mark. Yeah, all on my own today for now. Hopefully we'll get a few drop in and out throughout the day. Geffen says Ratajski to win today. That one would sort of come out of nowhere, I think. big Tyski fan myself, but not quite been the same player the last 9 months. Finally got over the line with Pro Tour, the last event of last year. Yeah, I'm saying nothing about fire sticks. Because I may or may not have to have the WDF on in the background as well. It's underway in 50 minutes time. Ricky Evans gets a leg back against Peter Wright. Sorry, let me scroll down so you can see all of the games in action at once. That's better. Pete, looking like you've picked an absolute corker there as well. Going to back my man Voltage today. It's 4-0 up on Gordon Mathers already. Who's my 10 pence on for the WDF, Gob? I really, really want to see. Look, we've got some friends in that competition at the minute, Shawnee Mack and amongst others that are massive supporters of the channel, Connor Scott. But the story it would create if we have Luke Littler and Bo Greaves as the winners in the men's and ladies, combined age of 33, being the senior world titles would just be ridiculous. No, Mike, we're not all Watford today, and I will kick you if you start on that. Be gone. We're definitely all Liverpool. Eurosport 2, lovely. Andrew says Jim McEwen. Yeah, look, I love Jim. I've got a lot of time for Jim. I just wish the dates weren't clashing, because if Jim wasn't at the WDF, I would have loved to have seen him in Reading having a crack at the qualifier for the World Seniors Masters, which is next weekend as well, which is where I'll be. Phil will be in the hot seat for streams next weekend. Darts Guru's back it all. And the issue with, I think Bo has definitely got a solid chance. Mikuru playing the live league this week has been a very good preparation for her. I think that's the most steel tip Mikuru would have played competitively in a long, long time, especially at that level. The issue with Luke is, can he sustain it over the long, long format that is going to come later in the week? And look, at 14, 15, etc., all he does is play darts. Gets home from school, chucks a dart. That's how it works. But it's how long can you sustain that competitive edge? Because even at JDC, it's first to fours and fives, etc. There aren't many times that Luke Littler is going to have played a best of 6 sets. I can't imagine. What do we have going on? Yeah, Michael Smith currently 5-0 down to Neil Zonneveld, and Rob Cross 5-0 up against Gordon Mathers. Race for the bagel. Peter Wright's up to his average to 95. Now Ricky Evans has hit back there with 2 legs in our featured game. How much is a runners up on the Pro Tour? Is it $7,000 now? It's $8,000. 12,000 to the winner, $8,000 to the runner-up, $4,000 semi-finalist, $3,000 quarter-finalist. Cross averaging 117. That is the issue with the view that I've got. I can't see the averages next to the names because Dart Connect just blocked them all together. as Neil Donovan does complete the whitewash win over Michael Smith. It's 100 average for Neil's. So Michael Smith's 91.9. But the Bully Boy loses first round. Gordon Mathers has got a leg back on the board against Rob Cross. Keane Barry 5-2 up on Christoph Ratajski. Tony Martinez leads Gerwin Price 3-2. Darryl Gurney leads John Michael by the same scoreline, and Dimitri van der Berg leads Vincent van der Voort by the same scoreline. It's been a decent year for Vincent so far as well. Morning, Laura. Morning, Maisie. Just back from hockey, as in field hockey or ice hockey? Because if it's ice hockey, I'm very, very jealous. If it's field hockey, I played that at school once. I played in goal, just let you get hit by the padding, don't you? Michael van Gerwen 4-2 up on Brett Claydon. Air hockey. I went for dinner on Monday night and we had to go and wait for our table to be ready. So I went to like a little arcade thing that was a couple of doors down. And we walk in and there's like the basketball arcade machines. There's one of them, and my brother looks at me and goes, "I'll beat you at this." I broke the record on the screen. Thanks for coming, mate. Field hockey with the Harlequins in Cork. No ice rings in Cork. I suppose it's only really Belfast ice rink over the Irish Sea. In the professional side. I like the name Harlequins though. That's my rugby team. I support a team in literally every sport you can find, apart from kabaddi. But I got into that at one point. What channels is the WDF being on? So it's on Discovery Plus. I think in the afternoon sessions it's on Quest. And for the entire duration, it's on Eurosport of some sort. For this afternoon, it is on Eurosport 2. F1 team. I don't follow a team. I like specific drivers. I don't see the point in following teams. I'm from just out. Well, I was born in London, but I was raised just outside of Oxfordshire. So the closest team to me and a couple of school friends actually work in the Williams team. One of them's in the Williams pit crew. Some of the photos he puts up on social media are ridiculous. But 2007, I was, 12 years old? So I followed Lewis Hamilton every single race for about 4 years. Fell in love with it. Dropped off a little bit last couple of years, got back into it. Back end of last year, obviously left a little bit of a bitter taste. I like Russell, though. I don't mind Lando Norris. It's more the drivers for me than it is following a team. But obviously at the minute, it's Mercedes over Red Bull all day, every day. Do I like cricket? I love cricket. I played cricket at university. My housemate wanted a placement at Trent Bridge. And I ended up being the mascot for T20 finals day at Edgbaston on behalf of Nottinghamshire. I was there when Brody went absolutely berserk against the Aussies in the Ashes as well. 2005 was that series that got me into it. I think as most people my age are pretty similar as well. NFL, I'm a Patriots fan. Don't boo me too much. I used to play basketball at school to a half-decent level. Had a couple of county trials and that sort of thing. And Boston Celtics are my team. And I've just adopted Boston as my American sports city. So the Celtics, the Red Sox, ice hockey. I love the Bruins. I was up watching that until 2 o'clock in the morning with Jar, who stayed here. And then obviously the Patriots, who for the first time in 20 odd years, I think could well be the worst Big Four sports team in Boston, which doesn't happen very often. Do I play poker? Not as much as I possibly could have. I played a little bit online through the first couple of years of uni, because when you're sat in halls, there's not a lot else to do. But if I go to the casino, it's free card poker. No WrestleMania for me, Nico. Can't stand it. Do I have a girlfriend? I can't tell if that's sarcastic or not, Ollie, but yes, I do. She'll be. She's coaching at the minute. She plays football as well. She'll be playing tomorrow morning. Busy life. Tony Martinez still leads Gezi. Do we have any more results coming in? Keane Barry has beaten Krzysztof Ratajski 6-3. A couple of you said you were backing Ratajski for the title today. He has fallen at the first hurdle. Johnny Clayton has demolished Damian Moll 6-1. Ryan Searles beating Jimi Hendrix 5-3. Bagel alert indeed, winning at Damon Hetta 5-0 up on Jason Lowe on Streamboard 1. It's a little bit more competitive on Streamboard 2. Jose de Souza 4-3 up on Gert de Vos. Mava's comeback is on. Only a question I've always wanted to ask you, but what do you and the team do outside of darts? Any hobbies or interests you all get to meet up often? Not as often as we'd like. A few of us have got fantasy football interests, so we've got multiple group chats. Myself, Brad, Cam, and Jar are all cricket fans of different counties as well, so we have a good little bit of banter in that one. I played darts on a Wednesday. I was playing and coaching football as well. I used to play pool to a pretty decent level. Had a few international trials at youth level and at uni. Some of the others, Lee's got a season ticket at Walsall and Man United. So him and Jar will go up to Old Trafford as often as they can get up there. Phil's just full-time OD. The rest of us have all got full-time jobs or students as well, so pretty busy. 12 dart on throw to win the match from Peter Wright. Not bad at all. Not bad indeed. Do we want a different game up there then? That's currently Gerton Enches, Peter Hudson. Any requests for games starting soon? Van der Bogard has just gone 1-0 up on Danny Baggish. Put the end of the prize game on. Yeah, that's 4 each. Let's have a look at that one. Where's it gone? Tony Martinez. Good luck with that one, Devons. JDC comp, they're really, really well run. I'm a little bit jealous the JDC in that didn't exist when I was growing up. I played county pool, but never really got into darts until I was like 16, 17. And by then I'd missed a lot of the youth opportunities that were available. Damon Hetta does bagel Jason Lowe. Luke Humphreys beat Mickey Mansell a little bit earlier on. Joe Collins won away against Graham Hall. Brendan Dolan and Vladimir Anderson are 4 apiece. Your first tourney. Just enjoy it, Devons. The sooner you learn to enjoy it and just turn up and play, the far better you'll feel about playing the game, I tell you. Ross Montgomery and Keegan Brown are underway. Glenn Durrant's underway against Bradley Brooks, or they're warming up, sorry, on board number 7. It's a tough draw of a board for Glenn, that one. Bradley Brooks, then Rob Cross, then potentially Gabriel Clemens, Connor Scott, Cameron Menzies, or Brian Roman. Good to see him have a run to the last 32 yesterday. Even if he did then joke with the PDC that it was an April Fool's that he took out Shanghai to win a match. There we go. Gezi Price beating Tony Martinez from 4-3 behind. He's reeled off 3 straight legs. What do we want next then, folks? Dimitri van der Berg's just beaten Vincent van der Voort 6-5. What do we have coming up for you guys? Jeff Smith and Jose Esticia's just started. Adam Hunt, George Killington. Collins just beating Graham Horse. We're going to get Luke Peters and Andy Bolton. Nenchez, Peter Hudson, Jermaine Watermainer and Jeffrey Desvan. Anybody? End of Jose. Jose's streaming, unfortunately, so we're not going to double that one up, because if people have got PDC TV, we'll spoil the result of that one before they watch it live. Because some people have us on both those streaming boards as well. So, say us. Used to saying us because there's more than one of me. D'Souza is in a no ball though. Let's go Desvan Watermainer. And it loads. Or Brooks and Durrant. Oh, that one's kicked into life now. Let's go that one. I don't expect Brooks and Durrant to be rapid, but this one could well be. So, oh, Watermainer and Desvan is a streaming game, so that one can't go up. So we'll go Glenn Durrant, Bradley Brooks. We'll go with that one. Off to Lakeside. I'm not, unfortunately, Adrian. We sent the rest of the team out, so Phil is on his way there. He should be there by now. We'll start very, very soon, to be fair. So Phil's there today and tomorrow. Lee will be there Monday onwards. I'm in Reading next weekend for the World Seniors qualifiers for the Masters. So I'm streaming this weekend, sending the lads that live closer. But I will be there for the World Seniors Masters. So I get my opportunity, and I get to see Phil Taylor. So I think I'm winning. Was a 1-2-1 from Jose de Souza in the noble leg. He went bullseye, treble 13, double 16. Yeah, I'm not sure how much of the darts I'll actually get to see at Lakeside for the seniors. We're running around backstage somewhere, but yeah, I'd definitely win it at that point, I think. So hopefully the WDF keep the venue nice and warm for us. Hopefully everybody sees how great the venue can still be this week and goes, I've missed it, but I want to be there. And if you don't already, do go and drop all of the World Seniors social media a follow. They're on Twitter at Seniors Darts, and then World Seniors Darts Tour on Facebook and Instagram. I have been given permission today to run a couple of competitions. So there will be some ticket giveaways coming very, very soon. I'm not going to tell you all the details just yet, but make sure you're following to keep an eye on those. Steen Janssen says, who's going to win today? You tell me. Give me your prediction. Just don't pick Michael Smith because he's already lost. As has Dirk van Dijvenbode. He lost 6-2 to Michael Unterbuchner. Is this back-to-back weekends? We've seen Unterbuchner on the Pro Tour. What's going on? I might have to join you, Pete. I've got Eurosport on ready, waiting for the WF to start, but hopefully I can watch us get the job done in half an hour. And then we can crack on. Dean says he's going to go for Van Gogh and he's got a good draw. Look, a lot of people are saying the same. It is not bad placement at all for Michael Van Gerwen. He's already beaten Brett Claydon. Running to William O'Connell or Ryan Meikle, then Rasmus, Hempel, Fulwell or Jamie Hughes. Board 10. On current form, you'd have to say is going to produce Martin Schindler. Oh, and this is the first time I'm getting a look at Josh Roxthrow. He's on the streaming board against Max Hopp. Streaming board 2, that is. Hand starts really compact, but then it opens as he pulls it back and flicks it forward. How is Max's throw looking? Good question. No feathering, but it is the very, very long pullback from starting from the hand. It's all one action, so he picks the dart up, drags it all the way back to below his chin, and then follows through. So it's straight. There can't be an awful lot go wrong, but if you do get offline, you are way offline with that throw. I think is the issue with that one. Van doesn't look horrendous, but he looks a little bit ragged at times. I've only just noticed Jermaine Watermain is another that does an awful lot of work with his wrists. The Wall deserves a win. I thought he was going to get it last weekend, I'll be completely honest. I thought he was going to have Van Gogh in, but I really quite like Ben Foster. I watch his YouTube channel an awful lot, but I hope we put 6 past him today. And they had the wrong colour boots. Is that Daniel Bachman in goal? What else do we have going on then? Jeff Smith and Jose Esticia 2 apiece. Ryan Joyce 2-0 up on Jules Van Dongen. Mario van den Bogarde is motored through Danny Baggish. She's 5-1 up. Is Mario one of the players that was invited to the WDF, allowed to go back and play, but turned it down for this week? Was it him and Ross Montgomery that both said no? Yeah. I was looking at the margin of scoreline so far with Danny Baggish and thinking maybe he was regretting that decision, but he's averaging 92, so, you know, put it in perspective. Says hope Wolfie wins it. I think there are plenty out there that would love to see Wolfie win it. Yeah, I suppose by contrast, we're talking about how it could be the youngest world champions in Luke Littler and Bo Greaves. If Dieter Hedman were to finally get over the line, and Martin Adams picks up yet another title at the Lakeside, could be talking about the other side. Has ticket sales gone up? I don't think so. I don't think they've shifted an awful lot. What's the situation on the Russian player? Did the WDF refuse them? From what we've been told, they were all offered the chance to play under a neutral flag and declined. I don't know how accurate that is, but we've certainly heard that from more than one person from closer to the organisation than we are. I think the issue is if they weren't in the UK as well. If they weren't in the UK and weren't planning on returning to Russia anytime soon, it's a lot easier to make that decision. But when you potentially got to go and leave Russia after declaring that you're going to not speak out against it, but go as a neutral athlete, etc., it's a little bit more difficult. So I ever played darts cricket. Which one? The American version where you have the trebles and you score extra points and you close it off after 3 scores, or the other one in the UK where you play 10 wickets with bullseyes and 25s and any score over 50 counts as runs? Because I played both variations, they're not bad. I haven't been out for a proper practice in a long time though. When I was at uni, I used to work at Riley's as well. And literally all day, every day, the team would just be in there playing. We'd go 4 or 5 hours, not even think about it. So we'd mix up a bit. We'd play leave it and halve it. Spend a lot of time playing 1-2-1 with my friends, just as finishing practice, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. Not anymore, anyway. Yeah, Bradley Brooks 4-1 up on Glenn Durrant, who's averaging just 74. Massive contrast to yesterday, but we've seen this at times from Dozer. I'm not sure the PDC are ever going to move away from straight up the 501. You've got your double in format, you've got your variations in set play and leg play. I don't think we see a cricket tournament, and I think the issue with that is it's so much more difficult to present visually. And to a casual, it's so much more difficult to get the grasp of. And to a fan watching in a venue, nobody's really going to get involved in Ross Bray shouting out hat trick. The Royal Rumble of Darts keeps getting spoken about an awful lot, and the longer that one keeps getting spoken about, the more likely it is to happen. You think how long it took for seniors to actually become a thing. That's been a, get them old boys back in for about 25 years now. I've never been to Wolverhampton, Michael, at neither of the venues. Lee knows it better than me. But what I do know is the PDC and match room. And I think they're going to put it at the morning side. I think they've used Leicester a couple of times now. It's in close enough area, Midlands. It's not a million miles out. Obviously, Civic's still being done up. Yeah, I've no preference as a fan. I like the look of the Civic on TV. But I'll go from there. Any more results to bring you? Sean Wilkinson's 5-2 up on Jack Main. Kevin Burness is 3-2 up on Steve Haggerty. John Henderson has just lost again to Nathan Rafferty, 6-1. It has not been a good 2022 for Hendo. Russ could scream White Horse. I can't see it. I also don't think he would see it. I don't follow Rugby League, Devons. I'll give you that one. That is up there with one that I just don't bother with. When you already watch rugby and you already watch American football, you can gain nothing from watching Rugby League. PDC TV's down. I've got both running at the same time, and I'm running the streaming software, so yeah, it should be absolutely fine for you guys. Just give it a refresh, maybe. I'm currently watching the JTO advert again. Sam, which part of the north of the UK are you from? That's how to tell where people are from in the UK. What rugby rules do you know? Are we actually 1-0 behind? No. Go for that. Warrington. There we go. Live in London, but from Warrington. Yeah, I was born in London, so I'm rugby union Harlequins for me. Any more? Ryan Joyce is one away against George Van Dongen. Jeff Smith is one away against Jose Justicia. Gert Nenchez completed a 6-0 demolition of Peter Hudson. Christoph Kachuk against Mervyn King up next on board number 5. I know who could certainly do with winning that more than the other. Keegan Brown's beating Ross Montgomery 6-3, which will bring James Wade and Devon Peterson to the board. What an opener that is. George Killington's 1-away against Adam Hunt. Ryan Meikle 4-2 up on Willie O'Connor. Kevin Burness 4-3 up on Steve Haggerty. Adi Lewis is taking the opener against Radek Sagansky. 13 dart leg. Sean Wilkerson 5-3 up on Jack Main. Josh Rock 4-3 up on Max Hop. That one's on your streaming board too. Killington completes the job on Adam Hunt. Jim Williams beat Eddie Lovely 6-2. A few more coming in at once. Jeff Smith beating Jose Justicia. And Luke Peters currently 4-3 down to Andy Bolton. Did Peter Wright win his first game? I believe he did. Yeah, he beat Ricky Evans 6-4, Alistair. As Bradley Brooks completes the win over Glenn Durrant. That one was our featured game. What would we like next, folks? I've got three. I'll give you three options. Would you like Mervyn King, Christoph Kachuk, James Wade, Devon Peterson, or Nathan Aspinall against Steve Beaton? Back-to-back 13 dart legs for Adrian Lewis. Nathan and Steve, please. I did see someone ask for Steve Beaton earlier as well. Let's go Nathan versus Steve. We'll save Wade for later. Let's try that. Can everybody still see everything they need to? We'll go Wade and Devon. If that's too much on screen, let me know. I'm not putting any more up. We'll try and run two and the scores as we go. Josh Rock is a solid player, Dan, but still eligible for the development tour. We want Charles Tootons. Everybody wants a bit of Charles. Gilden on the ropes. Yesterday's runner-up. Wait, no. Yes. He's on the ropes to Rusty Jake Rodriguez. There we go. Aspinall Beaton's up for you, and Wade Peterson as well. We'll run that for the day. Is Mullet Man there today? He should be. Who does Danny Jansen take on? He takes on Richie Burnett on board number 12. Still got Ross Smith versus Alan Suter on that one. First, then Burnett Jansen. Dave Chisnell's back on stream. We saw him there yesterday a couple of times. His action is not looking good these days. Steve Beaton with a 12 dart leg. Hello. The 70s are called and want their money back. I'm not sure it's a 70s thing. It's an Australia thing these days. They've all got them. It's an Australia / lockdown trim. That's when all levels up against Beaton. Same way, it's got 6 darts from. It doesn't have 6 darts from 122. Misread it. Definitely doesn't have 6 darts from 122 now. Barney alarm. See, this is the issue. I've not been given the Barney alarm. I've sent a message. That we might be late on the Barney alarm today. Just do the alarm in my voice. No chance. We've gone with that for now, but I can see someone in the background potentially giving me the power. Diogo. What timing that is. Beaten 2-0, 2-1 up. James Wade, Devon Peterson. Oh, leg. That is from Devon Peterson. Ho, 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 ho. What board is he on? Is he underway yet? Oh, he's warming up. We're not even late for it. You know what time it is. There it is. Don't panic. I have it. The Barney alarm as the great man returns once again. Takes on Callum Ridds. Great couple of legs from Devon Peterson. Puts him in the lead against James Wade. Aspinall's back in. Level at 2 apiece again. What else do we have for you? Adrian Lewis is 1 away from a win against Radek Sagansky. He's 5-2 up, averaging 108. I don't want to go early, folks, but I'm seeing some very, very good signs from Adrian Lewis in the last couple of weeks now. These performances are starting to get just that little bit more common. The level's good, and the mentality I've seen him, even in defeat when I've watched him on stream the last couple of times, have been good. So I don't want to go all out with he's back, but it could well be on its way. Let's go and find. We're 1-0 up now. That'll do. Lovely for me. Euro Sport 2. Do I ever see Steve Beaton going on another big run at a tournament like he did when beating Phil Taylor at Grand Slam? Look, you can never say never, but I don't think so. I don't think Steve's quite got the ridiculous A game he's going to need to get him out of trouble at times. I don't think he's got that change of gear. Steve Beaton's going to do, apart from right now where he's averaging 100 but 3-2 down, Steve Beaton for the most part is going to average mid-90s. And I'm not sure that's enough these days to go on a big run and start taking out some of the names that you need to. Twice I've commented on the Adrian Lewis score. The first time, his average went from 113 to 105. Then I've just commented on it and it dropped from 108 to 103, but he is still 1 away. He's 5-3 now with Sagansky. Kim Hybrex is 4-1 up on Jason Heaver. Wadey 3-1 behind now. Who asked to watch this one? Dave Chisnell 2-1 up on Zoran Lurchbacker. That's a tough watch. Chris Dobie's gone 2-1 up on Scott Mitchell. Connor Scott and Gabriel Clemens are 2 apiece. Scott getting his last minute prep in for the Lakeside. He will not be involved in tomorrow's Players' Championship. Driving down. Clearmaker and Ed House. Don't want to spoil that one. Ross Smith 2-0 up on Alan Suter. Ridds and Barneveld underway. Hempel takes opener against Rasma. And Labanauskas is 1-0 up on Gary Anderson also. What would be your suave / sexiest Premier League style lineup? Beaton and Janssen are my first 2. Well, now you're asking. I've never seen Yellow Klassen badly dressed. Ever. Even going to like Nando's, Devon Peterson. Yellow Klassen looks stylish. Gilding would not be there. Fashionably unfashionable. Not so much now because the red trousers are hideous, but back in the day, Keith Della was certainly in the conversation somehow. Bristow just had a bit about him, didn't he? A bit suave. Afternoon, G's. Ando's struggling today. What's he doing at the minute? He's 2-0 down to Labanauskas. He really is struggling. Nico, if neither player won anything else, who do you think will go down as the best player, Anderson or Wright? Right now, Gary Anderson. especially as Gando keeps putting himself in positions and prize money and ranking races without the Euro Tour, which is just mad. Adrian Lewis does get over the line against Radek Sagansky. That's a 6-4 win with 102 average. Devon Peterson is absolutely battering James Wade right now. They're both averaging less than 90. But it is 5-1 to Dev. Nathan Aspinall 5-2 up on Steve Beaton. That's dropping a bit, as we said it might. Steve West, Stephen Bunton 2 apiece. Barney and Rids 1 each. Ross Smith 2-1 up on Alan Suter, who's not having the happiest second years on tour. Kim Hybrecht's just 1 leg away against Jason Heaver now. Chris Dobie 3-1 up on Scott Mitchell. Chisnell Lurchbacker seems to be taking forever. Wonder if there'll be more officials in the Panda Lakes. The first pictures don't look too bad. I'm not sure if it's just my TV or if they've got it really weirdly lit. Here's my dark horse for the match play. I think it's a bit early for that. Nico as the pundit as well. How the production goes to this one. We're impressed with Mikura this week. Gobson flashed a great stuff from her own opinion. Yeah, look, I'm surprised it went the way it did. I'm surprised she started great and dipped off a bit, considering she only flew in on Monday. I thought she looked really buoyant and ready and a little bit bubbly, the character we're used to seeing from Mikura. And then she dropped off a bit as the jet lag wore in later in the week. I thought that would be a little bit more of an instant thing. Hopefully she's resting up over the weekend, last couple of days. Yeah, look, her scoring power was very, very good at times. Finishing needed a little bit of work. Slightly more concerned that that performance, especially the Tuesday, came the day after I'd said Bo Greaves wins the women's title at Canter, especially as they meet in the quarterfinals. But yeah, you can't help but be impressed with Mikura, and if she can commit to playing steel tip darts and produce that level consistently on the women's series, and Bo gets a shot at it as well, the big four in ladies darts, I think, could be a thing very, very soon. Fallon, Lisa, Mikura, and Bo. And then you run the risk of the others falling behind a little bit. When you've got four competing for that top, I think we've got a great narrative going there anyway. So that result is over for Steve Beaton. Where do we go now? Let's kill this one. If we're desperate for two at any point, then we'll put two back up. Yeah, was Jim Williams one of them as well, Marcus? The intro for the WWF World Championship on Question. 5 players and 3 of the players aren't even there. We did see that with, what event was it? The Premier League as well. Sky's intro and promo of it had Jose de Sousa in it. It didn't get picked. Afternoon, Daniel. Phil is at the lakeside. He's sat in the press room somewhere right now. Bo was back from 8-1 to 7-4 in a few hours. Holy moly. That's pretty good. Jim Williams and East Ashton as well. What else do I have for you? I've got a result for Kim Hybrex. He beats Jason Heaver 6-3. Gary Anderson still 4-1 behind. Vanessa beats Steve Haggett earlier. Martin is currently 3-2 up on Ian White. Is it my stream or is the lighting really bad at Lakeside? It's like pink hue and it just looks terrible. No humans ever look the colour that Tony O'Shea currently looks on my screen. Mm-hmm. They've been very creative with the cameras as well, judging by the photo I've just been sent. My money, as in who am I backing? I haven't bet on it at all, but I fancy a littler bow double. Mervyn King gets a much needed win. That one's over Christoph Kachuk 6-3. There's another result in there somewhere as well. Just try and pick that out for you. What did I just see? Stephen Bunting beating Steve West 6-3. Same on my end, Tony. Looks like a fraud. Yeah, the colour is not great. I like that. Wolfie with a World Seniors patch on. That's the Wolf. James Wade, Devon Peterson, 5 apiece. It's about this time yesterday that somebody had snuck into our back end of YouTube, put a poll up asking if James Wade was the GOAT. Done a runner And then watch Wadey go 5-2 behind and pull out a 6-5 win against Jamie Hughes. Dan Blackshaw in the chat may have said, oh, that poll was a little bit dodgy, wasn't it? He's at it again. Wadey is at it again, boys. Yeah, the more that camera pans, the more there are plenty of empty seats at Lakeside. Backer and Chisnell still going. Yari out. He is indeed. He loses 6-2 to Darius Labanauskas. Back-to-back 180s for Devon Peterson after I give you that speech about James Wade for a 15-dart leg holder throw victory for Devon Peterson, pushed all the way by James Wade, despite both players averaging less than 90. Where do we want next? Luke Woodhouse, Joe Mernon's just started warming up. Whitlock, Vampire. Should we go Whitlock, Vampire? Let's chuck Simon on. The Wizard hit a 9-dart yesterday, so he can have a featured game. Cross still in. He is. He won 6-4 first game against. Where's it gone? He won 6-3 against Gordon Mathers. A quick challenge tour update, shall we? Quarter-final stage with 2 down with 2 to play. Stephen Burton has beaten Patrick Peters. Danny Van Tripp has beaten Dan Reed 5-4. Still in is Thomas Lovely 2-1 up against Kevin Blom. And Sebastian Białecki and David Pallett are 3 apiece. Chris Dobie's beaten Scott Mitchell 6-4. 94 average for Dobes. Is Price playing and can he become world number 1 today? Price is playing today. Won his first round game, but Peter Wright did the same. Can he become? He can, but Peter Wright would have to lose round 4 or earlier, and Gervin Price win the title. Result for Dave Chisnell. Hallelujah. Streamboard 1. He saw on Lurch back at 6-4, averaging 90. Whitlock and Vampire should kick into life any moment as your featured game. As Raymond Van Barneveld completes a 6-4 win over Callan Ridds. We will hear the Barney alarm one more time today. Anders Rasmussen one away against Florian Hempel. A fair few results could be coming in very, very shortly. Connor Scott's 5 apiece for Clemens. Martin Schindler 5 for Oppany and White. Ross Smith 5-3 up on Alan Suter. Anders Rasmussen 5-4 on Florian Hempel. Whitlock Vampire is streamed too. A point well made by yourself, Andrew. Which means I don't get that right. Let's go. Borland versus Mike Didecker. Why is there always one knob in the chat? Apologies for that. Jared Cole's got a cheeky online darts patch on. Yeah, he is one of the boys. You'll have the patch on. And Wolfie's got a World Seniors Darts Tour patch on. This is just a horrible first round draw for both of these players. They're both so genuine as well. I don't think this will be the last time I ever see Jared Cole on TV, no matter what the result is. Cheeky reminder, if the banner scrolls across the bottom, please drop us a like if you haven't done so already. Subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on any content. Phil Bars showed me the giveaway items we have ready for 25,000 subscribers, and you guys will not want to miss out on those. You will need to be subscribed to be in with a chance of picking up one of those, though. So please make sure you've done that already. And as I said, keep commenting below to get involved. I am on my own for at the minute. Hopefully we'll get some of the team dropping in that of the day. But the more you guys get involved, the easier it is for me to make this stream interesting for the next 4.5, 5 hours still. I do like Wolfie's walk on. Yeah, the colour looks off. Oh, no. A live league patch for Wolfie as well. Big flag. Big fan of that. We have streaming on board 1. That's Roby John. And that's Ted Evitts. Martin Schindler beats Ian White 6-5. Have a quick scroll down to the results just in case you've missed anything. Gezi already threw. Ryan Joyce, Darius Labanauskas, Gurney Smith, Doby, Dimitri Rafferty, Hybrex, Etta, Watermainer, Chisnell, Wright, Nenchez, King, Barry, Brown, Devon, Rob Cross, Bradley Brooks, Gabriel Clemens, Hunter Buckner, Killington, and Nathan Aspinall also through already. And Gerwin, Ryan Meikle, Madders, Rasma, Brendan Dolan, Kevin Burness, Neil Zonneveld. Rock still in, Ross Smith, Adrian Lewis. Who's had the best winning average of the day so far? Luke Humphreys, 106. Sort of didn't see that one earlier. Good performance from Rob Cross. That was 113 at one point. Yeah, it looks like Luke Humphreys has been the top performer of the day so far. Yeah, I haven't got any scores on the screen either. Early days always going to be TV issue. Yeah, trust me, I've been there. I have been there. Matt Campbell defeats Scott Waits 6-2, and that wraps up the 128 on board 8. Scores showing now there. Let's have a quick look. Not on my screen at the minute. You're probably watching on actual TV. There we go. I have a feeling there will be scraping the data from Dark Connect. They've done the past. Was that 106 average for a tie? It was 106 average for a tie, not 105.7. Look, that side. I just presume the best average would be on the left. Mickey Mansell, the other to lose with a ton plus today. Everyone else has been below the 100 mark. Mike Tadaka goes 5-2 up on Willie Borland. When's Price playing again today? Here we go again. John O'Shea's 3-0 up on John Brown on board 1. Gerwin Price will be on next. Hazel, I presume that's supposed to say did MVG win? He did. Beat Brett Claydon 6-3. He'll be on again shortly against Ryan Meikle. Jamie Hughes against Nick Fulwell is underway on that one first, though. Matt Campbell is starting to look good. Completely agree. Just took him a little bit longer to settle than I think others wanted it to. Barry Van Peer is absolutely flying against Simon Whitlock on the streaming board. Yeah. Right, guys, I'm going to have to run a quick little ad break, unfortunately. Just 30 seconds to 45 seconds. You know how it is. Got to keep everybody happy. Winwell, Red Dragon, Modus, and Boyle Sports, who are keeping us in the red, in the black, whichever way around it is, for our coverage of Pro Tour Live. So I'll be back on the other side of this one. welcome back to Pro Tour Live with me, Jack Garwood here for Online Darts. Coverage brought to you in association with our friends at Boyle Sports. They're also backing all of our Premier League coverage, to make sure you have hit that like button on this stream. You subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of our uploads, including our Thursday night Fallout Bar, the only instant reaction show to the Premier League on YouTube, as Mike De Decker, as your featured game, wraps up a 6-3 win over Willie Ball, and some performance that from the young Belgian. Where do we go next? Would we like yesterday's winner as the featured game? Danny Jansen is currently taking on Richie Burnett. I feel like it's a little bit of a Phil Bars move, that one, to get Richie up on stream, but I want to see it. Smash the like button. Indeed, Preston. Appreciate there's plenty going on right now. So if you are still with us, big love. Premier League is back. The WDF is on. Snooker is on. Saturday anyway. You know how it is, but you're here with me for Pro Tour Live, trying to keep you up to date with all 16 boards and what's going on. Luke Woodhouse has beaten Joe Mernon 6-3. Good news for the O'Shea clan, Maisie. Hopefully you're still watching. Dad's 5-0 up on John Brown. Burnett levels up with Danny Jansen. Let's have a quick look at the Euro Challenge Tour. We have our semi-final lineup over in, I believe, Niedenhausen. It is Stephen Burton against Thomas Lovely and Danny Van Tripp against David Pallett. Louis Williams just beaten Mike Kyvenhoven 6-4. 90 average for one of the Prince of Wales currently in action. Two with the same nickname. And Carl in position for a break as well. Kyvenhoven 11 points average up, but behind. That's the way darts goes sometimes. Here's one player I missed yesterday when we were listing Dutchman. Also, if anybody does have access to PDC TV, looking at the stream boards, there's been a lot of talk about how somebody's darts don't destroy the dartboards. The upset on the cards as they head to a TV break after the first set at the Lakeside. Oh, that is a concern as well at some point. Da, da, da. At some point, I might have to leave you lot on your own. Wait, want to pass one? I'm the only one in. Pass was being delivered by Jose. Hopefully this one can count. I'll end up at the wrong house. £20 on a Pro Tour bet, women's. That's bold. Especially for an outright. What's gone on there? I'm not betting anything. Some money left in my account after a win on Thursday night, and that's going on the Masters next weekend. James, you're mad. Excuse me. Laura says, of course she is. We see it. I think you got me a little bit delayed, but John O'Shea does defeat John Brown 6-1. Would win that for the Joker. He'll take on Darius Labanauskas next after Going Price has a crack at Ryan Joyce. We are coming to the end of the first round, which means the streaming boards are going to rotate very, very shortly. Cam Smith each way for the Masters clutch putter. And he had a good run there. Was it last year or the year before? I'm going to have a look at him. I'm going to have a look at Patrick Cantlay. I can't resist to go on McIlroy. He's going to do it at some point. Danny Hansen 4-3 up on Richie Burnett then. Roby John Rodriguez 5-2 to the good against Ted Evans. That one just streamboard one game. Starts. I'm thinking about going to the Lakeside next week. Do you mean this week? Starts today until next week. And give you some advice. Think about going in about 8 weeks' time instead, because the tickets are cheaper and we get to see legends like Phil Taylor on a Friday night. Simon Whitlock with a comeback. He was 5-0 down yet. Van Peers just missed darts in that previous leg. Punished. And Whitlock has the darts to take us to a decider. Brian McMahon is out. The WDF #1 will be heading to Lakeside right now after taking a heavy defeat to Cameron Menzies, a man also in the Lakeside field. It's a 6-2 win for the Scot. Will we see that play out on stage later in the week? Danny Hansen won away against Richie Burnett then. Going Price is underway against Ryan Joyce, which means it won't be held for streaming. I'm just trying to get an eye and a gauge of any games that might be. That That's warming up. Rob Cross, Bradley Brooks, and Gabriel Clemens, Cameron Menzies. I think we might see board 7 as a streaming board. Well, we've seen an awful lot of Clemens on the stream recently. No letting up from Jared Cole right now. We took the opener against Martin Adams, by the way. David Evans currently 3-1 up on Jim Motston. Nick Forwell, Jamie Hughes is 4-3. Kevin Dukes has just beaten Ricardo Petretsko 6-3. Dukes having a fantastic run of form of late. John Worsley gets the job done against Jake Jones, and Roby John Rodriguez completes a 6-2 win over Ted Evans. We must have seen that battle on the Dev Tour 1,000,001 times. One that we might not have seen as very often, because Nathan Rafferty's just a couple of years younger. Dimitri van den Berg 1-0 up on Nathan Rafferty. Potential of seeing the Belgian World Cup teammates face off on that one very, very shortly. If van den Berg can get past Rafferty, and then Kim Huybrechts can defeat Luke Woodhouse, we would get an all-Belgian last 32. Board 13. We have a result. It's Barry Van Peer. Kings tops to beat Simon Whitlock. Set up a date with Martijn Kleermaker, but first Jose de Souza will take on Josh Rock. Johnny Clayton and Jim Williams are about to get underway on board 14. All Welsh battle. Maybe that one might get moved for the stream. That board also has Stephen Bunting and Mike DeDecker. I wouldn't be against seeing that one. Just expanding my screen so I can see it all. Richie Bennett desperate to find a breaker throw against Danny Janssen. Jared Cole is playing really well, I agree. Johnny Clayton and Jim Williams is warming up because it is going on stream board 2. And I was right about Rob Cross and Bradley Brooks as well. It's almost like I do this quite regularly. It will be Rob Cross and Bradley Brooks on stream board 1, and it will be Johnny Clayton and Jim Williams on stream board 2. Boris Kirchmann's currently 4-3 up on Adam Gavlas on board 16. Interesting in a battle, that one. Martin Lukeman absolutely destroyed Darren Pennell a few minutes ago. It's a 6-0 win for Smash. Joe Cullen takes on Andy Bolton now. Winkman's reward for that win is a battle against Raymond van Barneveld. Richie Bennett got that all-important break that he needed against Danny Jansen in the Noble here. Owen Price, 2 apiece with Relentless Ryan Joyce. One away is Boris Kurtzmar against Gaulas. Richard Burnett does beat Danny Jansen in our featured game for you guys. Both Prince of Wales getting over the line. After Louis Williams beat Mike Kivenhoven earlier on, he'll take on Adrian Lewis very, very shortly. And I'm pretty sure that head-to-head is strongly in Louis Williams' favour. Adrian Lewis does not enjoy playing Louis Williams at all. Peter Wright is underway against Gert Nedchez. Damon Heta is underway against Jermaine Watermainer as well. Nathan Rafferty's turned it around from 1-0 behind to 2-1 up against Dimitri van den Berg. Neil Zonneveld, 107 average through 3 and a bit legs against Mario van den Bogarde. Keane Barry, 2-1 behind to Keegan Brown. Get to look at Bradley Brooks on stream against Rob Cross. Martin Adams staring down the barrel of a 2-0 deficit. Who was my pick to win today? I don't think I made one, Andrew. You know, I was too busy trying to get everybody else to make one and completely forgot to go for one. I'm going to say it. Adrian Lewis. Why not? I think I know the answer to why not, but why not AD Lewis today? No Jansen. Jansen's already won, TK. Oh, no, he lost. There we go, look. He lost to Richard Burnett, 6-5. It's the one on screen. I need to change that one now as Nick Fulwell beats Jamie Hughes. What do we want as featured, folks? We've got a choice between Wright versus Nedchez, Gurney against Jeff Smith, or Damon Heta against Jermaine Watermainer. First comment in the chat room of any of those three, and I will put that one up on screen as a feature. Heta, Gurney, or Snakebite. Heta Watermainer. Final score, it's only best of 3. I thought it was best of 5. Oh my. We've got Heta as a featured game. And what a decision that is. 111 average, plays 107. Good decision, folks. Things can only get better. Ryan Joyce from 2 apiece is currently 5-2 up on Gerwin Price. The world number 1 is up against it. We spoke about half an hour ago, maybe, about how he could potentially become world number 1 today. He'd have to lift the title and Peter Wright would have to lose before round number 4. That doesn't look like it is going to happen for Price. However, it's any consolation to him. Peter Wright is currently 2-0 behind to Gert Nenches as well. Dimitri van den Berg turns it around once again. He was 1-0 up, 2-1 behind. He's now 4-3 up on Nathan Rafferty. Jeff Smith carrying on a good day for Canada. He's already beaten Jose Esticia. He's 2-1 up against Daryl Gurney. We've also seen a win for Matt Campbell earlier on as well. Keegan Brown currently 3-2 up on Keane Barry. On your stream boards, Rob Cross, Bradley Brooks, 1 apiece. Johnny Clayton, Jim Williams, 2-1 to the Ferret. Neil Zonneveld has beaten Mario van den Bogard. Ryan Joyce completes a 6-2 win over the Iceman. World number 2 and former world champion Gerwin Price is out of Players' Championship number 10. David Evans completed a 6-1 win over Jim Mostyn. He'll take on Martin Schindler very soon, after Kevin Vanessa and Brendan Dolan. And Michael Van Gerwen against Ryan Meikle are warming up as well. Yeah, I thought it was best of 5 in the first round as well. Best of 3 definitely opens up a few more shock results in that prelim round. Sean McDonald, Dave Pallett will face off in there, amongst others. Round Searles underway against Sean Wilkinson on board 12. What's next? Coming up, George Killington on the ropes against Michael Unterbuchner. Dimitri van den Berg 5-3 up on Nathan Rafferty. They're the ones finishing soonest, or so it looks like. Martin Adams did really lose 2-0 to Jared Cole, who is a fantastic player. Short format means it's very, very difficult to get going now, I think. Jared clearly very happy with that win. Look, that was arguably the toughest game of the first round. Horrible draw for both of them. They've met multiple times in the live league. I've seen a couple of comments about how gingerly Martin Adams was walking. I know he was suffering with a back injury and a foot injury at the Circus Tavern. Perhaps it looks like he's not quite got that resolved just yet. Have I missed a 9 data yet, folks? Someone must have seen one somewhere. That's what normally happens. Rachel Vandenberg does defeat Nathan Rafferty 6-3, meaning Kim Hybrex will take on Luke Woodhouse. Just need to put those names together then. Labanauskas and O'Shea will be underway very, very shortly after that result for Ryan Joyce. Mark Van Gerwen takes the opener against Ryan Meikle, 15 dart leg for him. Joe Cullen 4-3 up on Andy Bolton, averaging just 88. Again, averages mean nothing for Joe. Won a Premier League night, averaging 90. On to Buckner and Killington, goes all the way. We've got a Noble once again. George Killington recovers from 5-4 behind to beat Michael Buckner 6-5. I think that might have been a fear of marking. If you go back through the DPA fines list, George Killington is on there plenty of times for failure to mark. Messing around at the lakeside. The straight back on with game number 2. Brendan Dolan 2-0 up on Kevin Burness. Battle of the Northern Irishmen. We don't see those two nations fight it off very often on the Pro Tour. Gurney, Dolan, Burness, Mansell. Is that Johnny Haynes? John Scott at the lakeside, former Estonia Open champion. Damon Heta goes 5-3 up on Jermaine Motamina, still averaging 104. Surely it's only a matter of time before Damon Heta has a big, big breakthrough. The consistency and the level of his performance at the minute is too good to come away from this empty-handed. We said a lot about Devon Peterson a couple of years ago when he lost in that Pro Tour final, but won against Gerwin Price, but then won the Euro Tour the following week. Damon Heta has to win something the way he's playing right now. Ryan Sells currently 3-2 up, Daniel, against Sean Wilkinson. Neil Zonneveld has beaten Mario van den Boogaard at 6-4. Lee, I love the question. There is more than one Smith in the field. Which one? Jeff, Michael, Ross. Zonabel, big fish for the win. What a checkout that is. Michael Smith. Bully Boy lost first round 6-0, so that's probably not the one you wanted to know about. Six 0 to Neil Zonneveld. We just completed a 6-4 win over Vanden Bogarde as well. Luke Humphreys completes another 6-1 victory, this time over Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Again, averaging 103. That's 2 ton plus wins for Luke Humphreys so far, and he has blown his opponents away in doing so. Joe Collin completes a 6-5 win over Andy Bolton, pushed all the way in that one. And Peter Wright and Gert Nenches currently locked in at 4 apiece. A good result for a Smith, though, Lee, is Jeff Smith. He just beat Daryl Gurney 6-2. Matt Campbell's won a piece with Nathan Aspinall as well. Looking like we might get a run of results very, very consecutively right now. Damon Hetta, Jermaine Watamena goes to 5 apiece. The machine gun keeping up with the heat. Jim Williams is currently 5-4 up on Johnny Clayton. That one's on stream board 2 for you. Jose de Salza, Josh Rock, 3 each. Rob Cross, Bradley Brooks is 4-3 to Cross. His opponent was left on 87 after 9 darts, and Zonneveld finished the 170. That takes some doing. Been there and done it myself, but that takes some doing. John O'Shea, good news for the clan. He's 2-1 up against Darius Labanauskas. Johnny Clayton levels up at 5 apiece and has the darts in the decider. A big break for him. Does John Scott have a number 43 next to his name, like it's a seed? Surely not. What's going on there? I like the look of Johnny Haynes darts. What are those? There was a scallop in those. Someone tell me what Johnny Haynes is throwing. I'll be your best friend forever. Keep an eye on what's happening then. We have a result on stream board 2. I'm not going to tell you which way for a couple of seconds yet. I'll let it catch up so that you've all seen the result in that one. Rob Cross 5-3 up now on Bradley Brooks. Sorry, that's the other stream one. I just told you I'm not spoiling one, then sport the other. Damon Hetta over the line in the decided. Jermaine Watamena not being able to get it done despite having the darts. As the heat beats the machine gun. That result went for Johnny Clayton on stream board 2. The Ferret beating the Chin. $15 custom. Oh, I'm not sure about that weight. I do like the look of them though. Clayton fan feel sorry for Jim. Yeah, it's just one of them things. The big players can pinch it when they need it most. Luke Willup's currently 2-up on Kim Hybrex then. Peter Wright 1 away against Gert Nenchez. Who do we want next? Dobie versus Dutes or Lewis versus Louis Williams? Ryan Searle beats Sean Wilkinson. Lewis Williams, please. Of course, Andrew. Is that better? Pleasure. I'm more than happy to watch this one as Lewis has gone 12 data again, and he's my pick for today. Oh, that's not good, though. The average falls, but the result does not. Rob Cross gets over line against Bradley Brooks, 6-3, and Peter Wright is a 6-4 winner over Gert Nenchez as well. So number one will be hanging on to that moniker until at least tomorrow as well. Oh, that reminds me. We should. Maybe not. Not yet. Still live. Can't be a million miles away from a winner in the Challenge Tour, and we're not. Danny Van Tripp beat Dave Pallett 5-4, and Stephen Burton defeated Thomas Lovely 5-1 in the semi-finals. So your final in Challenge Tour number 8 in Niederhausen. Danny Van Tripp against Stephen Burton, with the latter currently 1-0 up. Does anyone know, when you're using Chrome, why if you change the zoom on one window, it changes the zoom on all windows? So I've got multiple different Chrome windows open. I've got 2 horizontal here. But if I change the zoom on the one that you guys can currently see as the featured game, so you can get the scores a little bit bigger, it zooms in too far on all the other windows. And then I can't see it how I need to be able to keep up what's going on, to tell you all what's happening. The best way to watch Cindy, multi-device. There's plenty out there that will be doing the same, hopefully. Steen, you are on it. Because on board number 15. He may already be 1-0 down, but you know what time it is? Barney Alarm is back as RVB takes on Martin Lukeman for the right to play Joe Cullen in the board final. Stream board 2, Stephen Bunting against Mike DeDecker. Looking forward to this one. Gabriel Clemens, Cameron Menzies is on your streaming board number 1. What else do we have going? Yeah, I think that's the issue, Cindy. That's what it is. I've got 3 screens running. I was wondering if there was a way to just zoom in on one tab window. I'll have a look for tomorrow. Me neither, James. I can't believe he's given me the power. Couple more results in quickfire. Jose de Souza beats Josh Rock 6-5. Josh Rock with an 85 average. I think that might be the worst we've seen him put in a Pro Tour in his very young career. And there was another win just then as well. What did I miss? Where did it go? Brandon Dolan beating Kevin Beness, maybe. That was a 6-3 win for the history maker. Devin Peterson, after knocking out James Wade, finds himself 3-2 behind to Steve Lennon. Darius Labanauskas is 4-3 up on John O'Shea. What happened in that cross game? Was busy watching Johnny. Good question. Just a good performance, I think. Andy Lewis moves 4-1 up on Louis Williams. Is that head-to-head about to change in Jackpot's favour? Even with the Palms prize, you want to sound the alarm. Barney will probably win today with 4-0. Look, hey, it's not for my benefit, it's for your benefit, all right? I'm just here to do a job. MVG 5-5. No ball leg. Cameron Menzies takes the opener. No Kim Hybrex. No Kim Hybrex indeed. He's 5-2 behind to Luke Woodhouse. Kevin Dukes is currently 3-1 up on Chris Dobie, and that is the nail in the coffin. That is as big as I can get them, and it means I can't run around the boards the way that I was. Devon Peterson won back against Steve Lennon, just 4-3 now. And Van Gerwen from 5-3 behind, I think it was, loses out to Ryan Meikle, 6-5. John Worsley takes opener against Mervyn King despite averaging just 65. Richie Burnett takes opener against Ross Smith. Yeah, James, you were a little bit edgy then, surely. £400 on MVG. Drinks are on you, pal, if it comes in. Another one back for Louis Williams. And Barnabel, 2-1 behind to Martin Lukeman. And Barnabel, 2 apiece. Nathan Aspinall defeats Matt Campbell. I'm just saying how good Canadian was looking at the minute, but he has fallen to the Aspie. Averages 108 despite the injury. Campbell loses out with 107.15 average. Crikey. Crikey indeed. A couple more games edging towards completion. Darius Labanauskas and John O'Shea, 5-3. Stephen Lennon, 5-3 up on Devon Peterson. And Kevin Dukes won away against Chris Dobie. O'Shea gets one back, though. As soon as results for those bottom few games come in, we'll have one more quick ad break. And then we'll crack on as we start heading towards the last 32. Games going on the streaming board at the minute. Mike Stecker 2 apiece for Stephen Bunting. Kevin Dukes, the first of them victories wrapped up. He's a 6-1 winner over Chris Dobie. Clemens and Menzies is a decent little scrap as well. Martin Clearmack and Barry Van Peer underway. Schindler and Evans warming up. Lots of Dutch players getting up there. Yeah, we had this the other day. We had 10 of 16, I think, at one point. Were Dutch. Or 6 of 16, one or two. It didn't prevail much further than that. Sorry, O'Shea clan, but Darius Labanauskas has beaten John O'Shea 6-4. And Steve Lennon completes the job on Devon Peterson as well. 6-3 win for the Irishman. Let's just see the result of this Lewis versus Louis Williams leg. Then we'll have a quick ad break and be back on the other side of it for you guys. Eddie Lewis 5-3 up, so he's one away. We should hopefully see the winning moment if it comes in this leg after this. Welcome back then, folks, to Pro Tour Live here from Online Darts. That was an advert for the Blade 6, which is absolutely everywhere, by the way, and rightly so. The build quality on them nowadays is absolutely ridiculous. They're currently being used down at the Lakeside. They're being used here at the Pro Tours. They're being used on the Live League. They're being used absolutely everywhere. So if the next question in the chat room is, what dartboard would you recommend? I think it's a little bit obvious. Eddie Lewis does complete the job on Louis Williams jackpot. Looking pretty good today. Reminder that I may have picked him as my winner for today. In that bottom half, he would run into Van Gerwen at some point if they both progress. I'm sure there'll be a few watching that. Michael Smith, Paul, we lost 6-0 first round, unfortunately, buddy. Not a good day or week so far for Michael Smith. Who's bashing up board 1, by the way? I've certainly seen better days. Liverpool 2-0 up, the boys. Job done. Fabinho. Job done, that one. Now we go in hunt for the 3 titles. What do we want next, folks? Schindler, David Evans. Is that a good decision for you? Martin Lukeman's 5-drop on Barney, so not much point popping that one on. Bunting and De Decker on stream. Merv King, John Worsley doesn't look great. Menzies Clemens on stream as well. We're going Schindler. Schindler, David Evans. Certainly take that. Oh, Schindler goes 2-0 up. The averages are dropped in this one. Dave Chisnell's beating Roby John Rodriguez 4-2 at the minute. Again, 83 and 80. We're seeing a lot of 80s at this top level game that perhaps we weren't seeing pre-pandemic. We saw the level start to increase last year as players got back into it. Do we think we're possibly at the point of too much darts? Yeah, everyone is back at work as well. Pop the Barney alarm back in its box. Correct. Won't be needing that again for today. We'll be back again tomorrow at some point, though. I missed any of the results for you. The Tay Keegan Brown are beating Keen Barry. Sasha, you say that, but he won a Pro Tour in 3 events of returning. Played at the World Championships and is earning a pretty penny from doing what he loves. And if he does decide to leave the PDC once again, he'll probably head to the World Seniors, having played more competitive stuff than the majority of the players on there. Who wouldn't love to see Barney and Phil Taylor going at it once again? Boris Kirchmar beats Danny Noppert 6-3 and Gabriel Clemens. Sorry, that's a stream. You know, you just see scores pop up. We tried not to spoil the PDC stream for once, but he does defeat Cameron Menzies 6-4 in the end. Martin Schindler is doing an absolute job on David Evans right now. Richard Burnett won away against Ross Smith. I don't think we've seen Richard Burnett progress to the last 32 very often this season. So this would be a good win for him. Ross Smith's not having the best season compared to where he was last season either. They've already made the decision for the last 32 games on the streaming boards as well, by the looks of it. Dimitri Vandenberg against Luke Woodhouse. And Joe Cullen against Martin Lukeman. Expect that one to be quick. Get rid of that one. This one doesn't look like it's going to take much longer then, folks. Marching the 5-0 up on David Evans. So let's go early on your choice of matches for the next one. Jeff Smith and Kevin Dukes has just started. George Killington, Nathan Aspinall, Keegan Brown, Steve Lennon. Take your pick in the chat room for the next stream, for the next featured game. Who's the best dart player in the world that's in their 40s? Good question. Jose? Has to be Jose, surely. Too old, not old enough. Too young, too young, too young. How is James Wade not even 40 yet? I'm just checking that now. Yeah, he's 38. Johnny Clayton, 47. Yeah, it's got to be between Clayton and D'Souza then for me. 47 and 48 each, and they're both edging towards 50. There's no really early 40s, is there? From what I can see. Whitlock's too old. Dolan? Mensor's too old, I think. Ian White might be just about getting there. It's not Durrant, he's too old. Kim's not old enough. Don't know. Martin Schindler does defeat David Evans 6-0. Big win for him. Michael Smith is 30s. Yeah, just, I think. So he's too young. Yeah, it's Ferret or Jose, I think. MVG's early 30s, isn't he? 32, 33? 32, yeah. Guess he's 37. Did we decide on the next game, folks? Did we say Jeff Smith? Let's go Jeff Smith, Kevin Dukes. He's on a roll today. There we go. For our Canadian friends and others. Dave Chisnell. Yeah, he's 41, you know. He's at the other end of the 40s, but I'm not sure he's not a better player than Johnny Clayton or Jose D'Souza right now. He can't be far off. Oh my God, he can be far off. Stephen Bunting is only 36 years old. And that's enough of looking at how old these dart players are. How has Richie Burnett let this one slip away from him? He was cruising against Ross Smith. Smudger is one away against the Welshman, as is Mervyn King against John Worsley. It's not been ton-topping swashbuckling action from Mervyn King. And he's pegged back to 5 apiece. Yeah, I was just thinking that, James. There's so many late 30s and then late 40s. There's no one early 40s. Gerwyn Price, not his 40s. No, Gerwyn Price is 37. He's a year younger than James Wade. Owen Outskirts goes 2-0 up on Ryan Joyce. George Killington 2-0 up on Nathan Aspinall, who averaged 108 in the last round. He's averaging 76 at the moment. Ross Smith, did defeat Richie Burnett 6-4. Maybe put the blinker, the curse on him just a little bit in that one. Oh no, she's not. Can't even watch. Paula Jacqueline is on stage, walking on to turn it down for what? Yeah, Jonathan says, only just realised this morning that James Wade had won more majors than Gary Anderson. I think Ando's won more different majors. Am I right in saying that? Anderson's 50. Anderson, Wright, Whitlock, Mensah, Mervyn King, Steve Beaton. They all hit 50 around a similar time. Barney. Oh, will you go away? Lincoln Cindy, that says it all. Her husband used to run the BDO. Yeah, I wonder, Dan. I wonder indeed. Can't see it, can you? Gone. Anyway, Steve Lennon 3-2 up on Keegan Brown. Peter Wright and Mervyn King are about to get going. They're both over 50. Combined age of over 100. I'm not sure, Dan. I think the move towards a women's match play suggests it's on the cards, but at that point, I personally think you have to take them out of the other one. That has to then become a men's world championship, not an open world championship. And I'm not sure they're ready to do that. Jeff Smith, Kevin Dukes, 3 apiece. Clemens takes the opener against Rob Cross. Not yet, Daniel. Some of the team are out and about. Phil said he might drop on, but they've got a couple of interviews to start with. Very nearly had Jar back on again, but shh, that's a secret. Adrian Lewis, 2-1 behind to Neil Zonneveld, who's averaging 101. Dave Chisnell takes the opener against Damon Hatter, who's had a stinker the first leg. And Van Gerwen, 12-dart leg against Madas Razmar. No, Jonathan, he's at his granddad's 90th birthday, to be fair. Planned a long, long time ago. What? For God's sake. Dukes goes 4-3 up on Jeff Smith. Joe Cullen 2-1 up on Martin Lukeman. That's on stream board 2. Apologies. Luke Woodhouse having a good day. 3-1 up on Dimitri Van den Berg, averaging 106. A little bit all or nothing, I find, at times to Luke Woodhouse. He puts it together. Superb. George Killington 4-3 up on Nathan Aspinall. They've slowly dragged that one up, standard-wise. Luke Humphreys 2-0 up on Boris Kirchmar. So far, we've seen him win with averages of 106 and 103. He's currently averaging 85. The scoreline's in his favour. Van Gerwen goes 12-dart leg, 14-dart leg. 111 average. Snakebite is warming up indeed against Mervyn King, as is Johnny Clayton and Stephen Bunting and Brendan Dolan against Martin Schindler. Again, I'm not seeing an awful lot of players left in the field that do not have a seeded number after their name. We had a complete last 8 of seeds the other day. Big darts incoming for Jeff Smith to level up at 4 apiece. Keep us on throw, which he does. Bear with me as I fire up. Yes, then, Rihanna. See what happened in the challenge tour. I've forgotten about it just a little bit. Stephen Burton beat Danny Van Tripp 5-0 in the final of Challenge Tour number 8. Let's have a quick look at CT9, shall we? 256. Colin Osborne's already fallen. As is David Schlichting. Fabian Schmutzler lost to Josh Payne. Patrick Van der Boogaard is out already as well. Any big shocks on the horizon? Not that I can see. Jacques Labra won the up to a Trico against Dan Reed is the last 2-5-6 game on the Challenge Tour. What a stinker. Nathan Aspinall closest possibly to getting over the line. He's 5-4 up on George Killington. Jeff Smith has broken Kevin Dutz and is throwing for the match. What a shame. Well, Jack Lynn loses the opening set. Aspinall does defeat George Killington. It's a 6-4 win for the Asp. Just a 90 average this time around. MVG finally decided to turn up. I mean, he's averaging 107, 108. Brendan Donan's averaging 107. Aspinall won 6 of the last 7 legs. What a turnaround for him. Joe Cullen finally topping the tons at the minute. He's averaging 104. Damon Heta, once again, is just at it. He's averaging 109.92, but he is only 3-2 up on Dave Chisnell, who is averaging 91. Ryan Searle takes the opener against Ross Smith with a 12-dart leg. And Jeff Smith completes a victory over Kevin Dutz 6-4. It's another win for the Punisher. So he is into the last 16, where he joins Nathan Aspinall. First 2 through from there. And actually, I don't think There's no 64 games. We're running at a decent tournament pace here. A few 32 results all flying in at once. Admittedly, some just starting. But there's no board a million miles behind. What's going on? What is this madness? He is the silencer. Wrong one. Who's the Punisher? Shawnee Mack's the Punisher. It's confusing talking to yourself all day. Bunting Clayton. 1-0 is Johnny Clayton. Where do we go next, guys? Do we want Ryan Searle? I'm conscious I've had Ross Smith up already. Dolan Schindler. Peter Wright, Mervyn King. No, let's go Searle Smith. I'll give you that one. Luke Woodhouse from 3-1 up. He's double 10 now. Wanted 60. He pinged Tup's first dart. Misses 2 outside for double 10 and could find himself 5-3 behind to Dimitri. Luke Humphreys, 6-1 winner over Boris Kirchmar. Just an 89 average in that one, but it's enough for Humphreys to progress. Keegan Brown also beating Steve Lennon 6-4. Luke Woodhouse was punished by Dimitri. Luke Humphreys run so far today. Relatively one-sided 6-4 win over Mickey Mantle with 106 average, 103 average to beat Rusty Jake, and then just an 89 average to beat Boris Kirchmar. But he has only dropped 6 legs all day so far. Another result. Joe Cullen pinging double 16 for a 92 checkout, beating Martin Lukeman 6-3. Smith Ryan Searle going at it, 102 average, plays 102 average. Rob Cross is up against it, folks. He's 5-1 behind. Oh, it's more than up against it. He's 5-1 behind Gabriel Clemens. Afternoon, Tug, who left me unsupervised. The rest of the team, because they're all busy here, there, and everywhere. All good, thank you, buddy. Peter Wright, absolutely flying, 3-0 up on Mervyn King. Damon Hatter still struggling to put Dave Chisnell away, despite averaging 13 points better than Chizzy right now. What on earth happened to Van Gerwen? He was averaging 111 last time I checked. Now he's averaging 93, and it's 4-3 up on Madders Rasma. Ross Smith, 3-1 up on Ryan Searle. Barry Van Peer, 2-1 up on Jose de Souza. Yeah, I'm going to refrain from getting personal about the WDF players right now. Gabriel Clemens beats Rob Cross 6-1. Brendan Dolan and Martin Schindler now 2 apiece. Great standard this match indeed, Ryan Searle, Ross Smith. Lumping 7 shades of whatever you want to call out of each other. Mervyn King gets a leg on the board against Wright despite being 19 points down on the averages. Dave Chisnell levels up with Damon Heta once again. Van Gerwen edges in front of Razma 5-3. Excuse me. Was the first set in the current WDF match 3-0? Some last 16 lineup indeed today, James. We're seeing this a little bit more at the minute, actually. As I said already, there's not many players left in the field that don't have a number next to their name, meaning they're seeded. Yes, it was 3-0. Does that mean it's 11 legs in a row now, minimum? If you get my drift. Potentially even more. Ross Smith beating so helps for MVG, but I wouldn't go that far, James. Look, Ross Smith was certainly not in the form he was in last year, but he's certainly more than capable. Don't be counting them chickens before they've hatched. Damon Heta edges ahead of Chisnell once again. How on earth this one is still just on throw, despite the gap in the averages, is beyond me. Best of 3, so 2-0. Yeah, but it was 3-0, 3-0 at the Indigo to Lisa, and a previous performance, obviously Paula didn't win the title, so that must mean that as of now she has lost at least 11 legs in a row in BDO/WDF World Championships. No! Aaron says Lewis is out, and then he wins 6-5 against Sonneveld, unless somebody's messed up on Dark Connect, because that's just gone red for Jackpot. Damon Heta finally puts Dave Chisnell away 6-4, finishes 12 points better off in the averages. Some performance that from Damon Heta averages 107.74. Ross Smith, though, steals a show of 108.93 average to defeat Ryan Searle. A.D. Lewis won against Neil Zonneveld from 5-2 behind, I think it was. My pick for today's title has just perhaps used up a few of those lives. Stephen Bunting, 6-2 win over Johnny Clayton. He's reeled them off in some quick time. That's 101 average for the Bullet. And we're just 3 results in the last 32 away from a complete last 16 lineup that at the minute will look something like this. Darius Labanauskas will take on Jeff Smith. Dimitri Vandenberg against Damon Hetter. The winner of Peter Wright and Mervyn King will take on Keegan Brown. Gabriel Clemens will take on Nathan Aspinall. Michael Van Gerwen will take on the winner of Brandon Dolan and Martin Schindler. That's currently 4-2 to the Northern Irishman. And that's 10. On board 11, Adrian Lewis will take on Ross Smith. The winner of Jose de Salva and Barry Van Peer will take on Stephen Bunting, and Joe Cullen will do battle with Luke Humphreys. Let's drop into Right King. Let's go with that one, shall we? Snakebite was averaging 111 at one point. Mervyn King, Pete Wright, 3 apiece. I am going to do some digging. It was 16 after 9. Snakebite. Ooh. can't find it. But either right, one away now. 5-3 up. Last couple of legs have been superb. All I know is that's a minimum 13 legs in a row. Paula Jacklin has now lost that World Championships, potentially 14, but she did get one in either set against Aileen de Graaf in 2019. Ouch. Both players open 180 in leg number 9. I missed a result there as well, didn't I? What was it? Was Dolan beating Schindler? Right, 91 after 9 again. He's just flicked a switch in the last couple of legs, hasn't he, Snakebite? We all know he's more than capable of doing this over long periods of time, but wouldn't put it past him taking it in 2, and that's exactly what he does. Peter Wright beating Mervyn King. He gets that average back up to 111. That dropped around 102 3 legs ago, so that's how well he's just performed from 3 apiece. Peter Wright defeating Mervyn King. Barry Van Peert, Jose de Souza then is the last 32 games still to play. Labanauskas has taken the opener against Jeff Smith. Joe Cullen, Luke Humphreys is also warming up. The rest of the players will get a couple of minutes. I'm not going to change the feature game just yet. I'm going to see who gets selected for the streaming boards before I make a decision and have to change it. It's the first time I've heard Rhiannon O'Sullivan speak, but very Welsh. One each then, Labanauskas, Jeff Smith. Like Van Peert de Souza's holding a fair few up at the minute. They're not the quickest players between them. Especially when Jose steals leg number 9. We have a selection for streaming board 2, and it'll be Michael Van Gerwen against Brendan Dolan. just going to share the link around for today's stream onto our social media. Make sure everybody knows we're still live. Say we, me. Big thank you if you are still here as well. I appreciate it. It's a little bit different to having 2 or more of us bouncing off each other. And there's plenty going on. Action. Tweeted that one out. I'm only halfway through my Gregs. It's disappointing. The Sousa and Vampire go 5 apiece. Wouldn't mind watching that Cullen Humphreys game. If it's not selected for the stream, Andrew, I'll put that one up. I've got my eyes on it. It's showing us warming up, and stream board 1 doesn't say next up Cullen Humphreys. So we can certainly stick that one up. It won't be Van Gogh in Dolan. Aspinall Clemens already underway. Labanauskas Jeff Smith is already underway. We've just seen Dimitri come off a stream, so maybe it won't be him. Could well be Peter Wright, Keegan Brown. Adrian Lewis, Ross Smith is another shout. Oh yeah, no comment. No 9 darters. Yeah, I apologise for that. To be honest, there's probably been about 3. I've not actually been able to watch any specific game detail other than the featured game. I like Ben Hazel, but Mr. Ben is the worst nickname in darts. There, I've said it. Is that Halpine Pool with a mullet as well? What is going on? Oh, not the mullet. It's not a good look. Jose de Souza from 5-3 behind beats Berry Vampire 6-5 to complete our last 16 lineup. It's 2 each between Darek Labanauskas and Jeff Smith, and 1 apiece between Nathan Aspinall and Gabriel Clemens. So we have just been told that Peter Wright versus Keegan Brown will be your stream board 1, and Mark Van Gerwen will be your streaming board 2 if you have PDC TV, which means I am going to leave up Joe Cullen and Luke Humphreys once they get going. But you know what time it is. I'm going to have to run a little quick ad break, and we'll be back after this. afternoon then, folks. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live with myself, Jack Garwood, here at Online Darts in association with our friends at Boyle Sport. We're into the last 16 here at Players Championship number 10. Yeah, I've only got 2 ad rolls ready, unfortunately. They're all we've got from Red Dragon, and I ran the board one last time, so yeah. We're and Red Dragon. Look, we're grateful for their support, and that means we have to show off their merch, and that means Players Darts 9 times out of 10. So, onto the action. I've got Joe Cullen and Luke Humphreys as your featured game. Luke Humphreys is 1-0 up with a 13 dart leg. He looked very, very good in his first 2 games. Struggled numbers-wise in his third game, but was a comfortable winner, 6-1. And it looks like he's carried on where he started the day. Elsewhere, Labanauskas leads 3-2 from Jeff Smith. Clemens 2 apiece for Nathan Aspinall, and Luke Humphreys the only other person to have a leg on the board. Pete asked, where did my nickname come from? From football as a child, actually. At the age of 9 and 10, we had 3 Jacks in the same team, and we all got confused when anybody shouted Jack. So we had a Jack Sullivan who became Sully. We had a Jack Wallace who didn't. Everybody was hesitant of calling a 9-year-old Wally, but it ended up anyway, and he was more accepting of it than everybody else that was suggesting it, and I was just allowed little so-and-so. So I became Gobby very, very quickly, and it stuck. Lost it a little bit towards the back end of secondary school, but then obviously needed something for playing shirts and pool and darts when I hit uni, and it stuck around. And then I ended up managing my society for a long, long time. I was at Trent. I was using pool and darts management and that sort of thing. So it moved from Gobby to the Godfather instead of the Godfather when I was in charge, and I use that one when I'm playing. I appreciate those of you in Australia know that as something else as well. You don't need to comment what that is. Thank you very much. But yeah, it's just because I'm quite loud. Used to be a cheeky little so-and-so. Yeah, at least it's not Woody. Yeah, a bit plain, that one, isn't it? And there's plenty of connotations with that as well. So, yeah, it's stuck with me since I was about 10, I think, now. I'm not loud now. When I was, you put 19, 20-year-old me in a room full of students that play pool and darts, and they weren't winning anything. Mind games, shouting out, centre of attention, all that sort of stuff. So, and it just stuck. Everyone's always known me as that now. So, at some point, you realise that being centre of attention and the like is not always the best thing. Yeah, all that one. It's all very, very similar TK, isn't it? Just carry on talking, innit? So, I don't mind it. My tutor or registration or form, whatever you want to call it, did ban people from calling it me during registration at school because they thought it encouraged me to misbehave, as if I needed any encouragement. Another 12 dart leg to open the account today for Van Gogh, and I've lost track how many times he's done that today. Every time, I think that's all 4 games, to be honest. The Van Gogh has played, I'm pretty sure he's opened with a 12 darter. It's been 1-2-5 every single time. Cindy, better than my husband's nickname, Smurf. Is he about 4 foot tall? Only 3 non-seeded players have made it to the last 16. They are Darius Labanauskas, Jeff Smith, and Keegan Brown. And actually, we had a discussion, I think it was Monday, either Monday just gone or the week before, about players potentially at risk of losing their tour card. Who do we think was more likely to keep their tour card out of John Henderson, Steve Beaton, and Keegan Brown? I did pick Keegan. Don't want to brag too much, you know. Van Gerwen 2-0 drops to a 1-1-5, which means he's just banged in 14 to go with that 12. Maybe a 13. Jeff, go silent to go. This run is big. It is, but he needs to turn it around now against Labanauskas because he's 4-3 behind to the Lithuanian. Luke Humphreys is absolutely motoring once again. He is going to take some stopping today. And I guess what you don't want, if you're in the chat room and have bet £400 on Michael Van Gerwen to win today at 6-1, is seeing Luke Humphreys for the 3rd time today in 4 matches, averaging comfortably north of 100. Labanauskas 5-3 up on Jeff Smith now, looking like it could be the end of the Canadians' day. Adrian Lewis 3-0 up on Ross Smith. The winner of that will play the winner of Michael Van Gerwen and Brendan Dolan. Oh my God, Peter Wright's changed his darts again. Are we surprised? Are they the Euro Tour 11s or something? Nathan Aspinall defeat Gabriel Clemens 6-2. I'll be honest, it's the first time I've mentioned that game at this stage, but it's a good win for the Asp, who I may have said a week ago should just stop and go and have his surgery that he needs on his injury, but he's playing well at the minute. There is still concerns he could do long-term damage. Whatever that flight and stem Snakebite is using is, I like it. See Luke winning a major in the next 2 years, says DTB. His A game is ridiculous. The ceiling on Luke Humphreys is very, very high. It's how much his B game can stand up to it. Joe Cullen gets one back against Luke Humphreys, but it needs to be perfect from here. Brendan Dolan gets on the board against Michael Van Gerwen. Dolan's averaging 105 and has just won his first leg. It's a 4-0 lead for Adrian Lewis on Ross Smith right now. I think Lewis will ever be back in the Premier League. I don't know. I'm still hopeful because he is still relatively quite young. And the glimpses I've seen this week suggest that he could work his way back up. But I think when you've been the level that you have as Adrian Lewis, the expectation on yourself is ridiculous. Oh my. Did Luke Humphries just miss double 12 for the 9 and then win the match in 10 darts? How? Well, I'm glad I didn't miss that because I just looked up to see result and a 9 darter. Luke Humphries, 10 dart leg to beat Joe Cullen. He is on a mission today. And next up, he will play either Jose de Souza or Stephen Bunting. What do we want next then, folks? Is it de Souza Bunting? Or would you like Damon Heta, Dimitri Vandenberg? I think I know the answer to that one already. It's 3-1 in that one. You could possibly catch the end of Heta, of Bunting, de Souza by the time that this one finishes. I should have gone to the bathroom and hit it, yeah. I am waiting on a parcel at some point. That's why I do keep glancing out of the window. And my brother is away playing golf, so there's a very, very good chance I am going to have to leave you guys for about 30 seconds. You know full well something's going to happen at that point. Yeah, golf. Just playing locally today. I haven't played in a while. My sciatica is killing. Jeff Smith back at 5 each for Labanauskas. A couple of legs on the spin now for the Canadian. Needs just one more to seal his place in the last 8, where he will take on either Heta or Vandenberg. If this 82 goes, it's very likely going to be Damon Heta. That's a bit good from Peter Wright. Ross Smith gets a leg on the board against Adrian Lewis. I'm going to guess it was a hold. I'm going to try and finish this cheese and bean melt without making a massive mess. As we're due some results very shortly. Hang on. Has he just done the same? Keegan Brown just missed double 12 for a 9 darter. That's 2 in 30 seconds. You imagine the stick if either of them had gone in and I'd missed it. As Ross Smith gets another back against Adrian Lewis. We are on a hunt for a 9 darter. Jeff Smith gets over the line against Darius Labanauskas. He's turned it around against the Lithuanian. And he is into the last 8, where he will take on, as I said already, the winner of this Heta vs Vandenberg game. Heta been pegged back the last couple of legs. And he's looking very comfortable here in leg number 8. Surely he moves to just 1 away. Keegan Brown has gone absolutely berserk the last couple of minutes. He's averaging 118.5 against Peter Wright. Hang on. He hasn't. Dark Connect already has him at 4-2 up. On stream, I can see him at 3-2 up. Oh no, the 1-4-1 goes low. I thought he'd done it then. Back-to-back legs where he's left a double after 9. That's ridiculous from Keegan Brown. Peter Wright is averaging 100. He's not doing an awful lot wrong. Keegan Brown has just got 11 darter, 10 darter. 8 perfect darts, 6 perfect darts. The first 9 average for Keegan Brown in this match must be ridiculous. As Adrian Lewis finally closes the door on Ross Smith, 104 checkout for Jackpot to beat Smudger. He will take on the winner of Van Gerwen and Dolan, which the Green Machine has just got over the line 6-3. Jackpot versus MVG for a spot in the semi-finals. Halfway there with the quarter-final lineup. And nobody knows who's playing who yet. Yes, they do now. Over halfway there with that Van Gerwen result. Six 180s for Van Gerwen in that performance. Starting to see that number creep up for the Green Machine. Damon Heta beats Dimitri Vandenberg 6-3. The Heat stays in the hunt. What a lineup this is looking like. Jeff Smith against Damon Heta. Either Peter Wright or Keegan Brown against Nathan Aspinall. Reminder, Keegan Brown is averaging 114 right now. But Peter Wright is only 1 behind him. Jose de Souza is averaging 109 to Bunting's 107. I did say we'll catch the end of that one. That certainly needs to be on screen if they're both at it. What a day on the Pro Tour this is looking like so far. On the Challenge Tour, do we have any other big casualties? Yes, Leighton Bennett lost 5-0 to David Pallett, who averaged 102. Superb from Dave. Nick Kenny also drawing Stephen Burton early on. Stephen Noster is out. He lost his Jesus Nogueira. Michael Rastovitz gone. Robert Rickwood has gone to Francois Schweyen. Kevin Koch has fallen to Kevin Costantini. Scott Marsh is gone. Mike Warburton gone. Colin Osborne out as well. And where is he? Let's find him. Is he still in the hunt today? Just going to rename this tour the Scott Williams Tour. 5-2 win over Owen Rolos in the 128. He takes on Jesus Nogueira in the last 64. How's Matt Edgar doing on the challenge? I think he lost in the 64 earlier on today. He lost. He won 5-0 in the 256. So he's got another game coming up very soon. They beat Kevin Lane in that opener. I don't know who he's got in the 128. It's not come up yet. His board must be a little bit behind. Peter Wright, Keegan Brown, 4 apiece. Jose de Salza, Stephen Bunton, 112 average, plays 101 average. D'Souza leaves a finish after 9. Fantasy darts. It's just the level of that last 16 has been insane. Jeff Smith Labanauskas was a little bit of a scrap. They finished with an 86 average and an 85. Then you've got Hetta with 103 to Vandenberg's 97.5. That was a lot higher. They dropped off a couple of legs ago. Aspinall 99 defeating Clemens with 102. Van Gerwen 106.7 defeating Dolan with 103.8. Lewis and Ross Smith 95, 96 plays 94. Luke Humphreys 103.5 beats 98. We've got Jose de Salza averaging 111 to Stephen Bunting's 98. Keegan Brown still averaging 111, but he's been pegged back at 4 apiece by Peter Wright. It's ridiculous. What's going on up behind me? Have they really got seeded numbers for all 48 players in the WDF? Are they really advertising Ben Hayes at Halpai Pura as number 47? What is that? Surely not. Don't like that. How many left in the Pro Tour? We have 2 games left in the last 16, and then we'll be at the quarterfinals. So as it stands, there are 10 players left. That'll be 8 very, very shortly. And that was looking likely to be Peter Wright, because he's now 5-4 to the good against Keegan Brown. And he finds a maximum in leg number 10. Lewis is doing well again today. Don't jinx him though, Jack, because he's the man I picked to lift today's title. I say lift today's title. You get to lift the microphone to your mouth and chat to Dan Dawson for a bit, but you will get £12,000 into your bank account. As Peter Wright completes the job on Keegan Brown. Keegan Brown averages 108.53 and loses 6-4 to Peter Wright, who averages 99.68. How good was that from Snakey from 4-2 behind? The last 4 legs have been absolutely superb. from the world #1. And the longer he keeps going today, the more he keeps winning, the less likely it is that Gerwyn Price can overtake him as world #1 tomorrow. A little bit of a shrug from Peter Wright, as if to say, how did that happen? But it did happen, Peter. Players Championship Order of Merit is looking interesting. Is it, Juanita? Let's take a look, shall we? That's the PDC one. Let's have a look at the Pro Tour Order of Merit. Price 132 grand, Van Gerwen 107, De Souza 89, Peter Wright 87. So this is a big moment for Jose De Souza. Not that the Pro Tour Order of Merit means an awful lot to those in the top 16, but Players Championship seeding perhaps towards the back end of the year. Joe Cullen, Rob Cross, Dimitri van der Berg, Michael Smith. Damon Heta finds himself in 9th. Ryan Searle 10, Humphreys 11. Both still in the competition. Van Dijvenbode, Ratajski, Clayton, Dolan, Gurney, Bunting, Schindler is in 18. Wade, Noppert, Smith, Chisnell, 80, Lewis 25th. I find that actually there's plenty of form rankings and whatever out there, but this is probably the most accurate. The top boys are always going to be the top boys. It's just what they do. But for the odd outsiders, you want to know who's in really good nick or who's having a good season so far, get on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. The other one, Players Championship final race where money drops off. Good point, well made. I get what you mean now. We'll have another look at that very, very shortly. Stephen Bunting then 5-4 up on Jose De Souza. The Bullet was my pick to win yesterday, I think. Or was it last weekend? One of the two. He got beaten at the quarterfinals when I did that last time. Perhaps it's on the cards again. When you keep hearing car doors and you think maybe that's the thing you're waiting for. Looks like Jose's going to take us all the way, though, in the featured game. We do have the board selections for the streaming games in the last 8. They will be Michael Van Gerwen against Adrian Lewis and Peter Wright against Nathan Aspinall. Jose de Souza, 50 points away from sending us to Noble. It doesn't go. Stephen Bunting with Shanghai can complete the quarter-final lineup. Oh, has he missed a dart at it? Jose 3 to force a decider. Bunting has the darts though. We're going all the way. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a battle of support in the chat room coming up as well. A couple of people on Van Gerwen today. Women's darts is on Heta. I've backed Adrian Lewis. Can never write off Peter Wright. Canadian boys are in. Jeff Smith. Some support out there for Luke Humphreys. All the way then. Oh, De Souza's pinched the darts, folks. Jeff Smith and Damon Heta are warming up, so they're about to get going on one of the outer boards. They're not hanging around. But De Souza has stolen the darts here. Anything over a ton. And Stephen Bunting is in big trouble. 131 leaves 90. Bunting then needs a 140 to pile on the pressure. Oh, just a 26, and he doesn't leave a finish, and it's 6 darts from here for Jose de Souza to book his spot in the last 8. And at that point, board management perhaps called into question. It looks like he's gone the aggressive route of treble 18 for double 18, but it also looks like he's gone inside on that double 18 and left himself double 9. A bad first dart here just invites so much pressure. Doesn't matter though, as Jose de Souza defeats Stephen Bunting. It's another ton average in the last 16. A superb display of darts throughout that last 16 here at the Pro Tour today as we head towards the quarterfinals. That will be Jeff Smith against Damon Heta, Peter Wright against Nathan Aspinall, Michael Van Gerwen against Adrian Lewis, and Jose de Souza against Luke Humphreys. Good luck picking a winner out of that one, folks. I think it has to be this one, doesn't it? It has to be Jeff Smith versus Damon Heta. Right, Aspinall will be streamed. Van Gerwen Lewis will be streamed. Which means we're going for this one. And we'll keep an eye on De Souza Humphreys. In fact, do we just want 2 feature games and then the 2 streaming games for others to be able to pick up? I'll keep you updated on those. Should we go double stream, shall we? There we go, guys. Smith and Hector underway then. This is where D'Souza Humphreys doesn't start until Smith Hetter's finished, and we've just wasted having that as a bigger view. Both the streaming games are showing us warming up, which means the players are probably pulling off right now. A button has been pressed. I don't see any tape or anything around Nathan Aspinall's throwing arm. Daniel, watch the language, mate. There's no need for that. You know the rules by now. Paul, who do you think is most likely to break into the top 8 order of merit out of Hector and Humphreys? Right now, Damon Hector. I think Humphreys has the slightly higher ceiling. I'm seeing some ridiculous things from Damon Hector right now, but I just think Hector has a little bit more of an edge to him. That means he's more likely to battle out a game winning with his B game, especially in front of a TV camera. I think we're seeing that a little bit more from Damon Hector right now. But Luke Humphreys on TV is just ridiculous. You put him in front of a camera and the man just ups it 15 points. I don't know quite how he does it. It's a bit like Dimitri. But see how that one plays out. Some finish that from Snakebite. We saw it earlier from Jose D'Souza. The 1-2-1 goes. Ball, treble 13, double 16. Keep an eye on Van Gerwen as well, folks. A reminder, I'm pretty sure he's thrown a 12 darter at every single opening leg I've seen him play today. He'd have to take out 305 in 6 to do it this time. He hits 120 first 2 darts, throws for the bullseye from 305 and hits the 15. What a lucky miss. Leaves him on the big fish. Oh, first dart was in, second dart was not. Still waiting on this Jose Humphreys game to load up so I can stick that as your second featured game for you guys. Just resize this one a little bit. There you go. Peter Wright is absolutely flying. Back-to-back 12 dart legs for Snakey. It's all right, Daniel, you've deleted it now, but come on, mate. You know the rules. Let's not lose our heads over watching a game of darts. It's not worth it. We're all better than that. Back-to-back legs for Damon Hector, averaging a steady ton. I've jinxed Van Gerwen here, something rotten as well, because I'm sure it's been 12 darters to open for every leg I've seen him play to start a match so far. He's thrown 21 in this leg and left double 5. And Eddie Lewis has pinched it with a double 8 for a 21 dart leg himself. Nerves shown from both on board 1. Completely agree. there is still just this little bit of calmness about AD Lewis right now. If there's nothing he can do about it, then there's no petulance, there's no stropping. It's just chuck his darts, get on with it, get out of the way, and he'll do what he can when he gets another opportunity. I quite like it. It's like something's just clicked for him. Aspinall gets one back against Snaky. Hector darts for 3-0. Would be yet another 5-visit leg for the Heat. Oh, and he splits inside to leave just 5. He really would have had Jeff Smith on the ropes at that point. Lewis misses a dart at double 18 on the outside for a 110 checkout, and what a piece, and is duly punished. Damon Hector cleans up that 5. It was no good for the 106 for Jeff Smith. Hector is halfway to another semi-final already. Are we going to see the Aussie signature celebration today? Still no sign of this Humphreys game. I absolutely knew this would happen. See Nathan Aspinall just look down and then look away in horror as Peter Wright fires in a 156 to go 3-1 up. Marco Van Gerwen now leads Adrian Lewis 2-1. Just an 89 average from Jackpot at the minute. You know, he's got more in the locker. We've seen it plenty enough times, especially recently. Who is giving Janssen a run for his mullet money. I'm not a fan of it either. Don't like it at all. But there we go. Lewis 2 apiece. We're back competitive. Hector 108 away. See Mr. Dart inside at double 16 from 108 for a 4-0 lead. Jeff Smith, this has to go. You can't afford to give Damon Hector more opportunities to extend his lead to 4-0. And it doesn't go. And that could spell an awful lot of trouble for Jeff Smith. This would be a double break off throw for Damon Hector, who would lead 4-0 and has the darts here in leg 5. Jeff Smith now needs 3 breaks of throw if he's going to get back into this match. There we have it. D'Souza Humphreys is on. You can pick 5 pro players to join you for one night only for your dream pub team. Who do you pick? I want an atmosphere. Do you know what? Come at me. I'd go A.D. Lewis, Gary Anderson, Peter Wright. I'm going current as well. I could do all the time, but I'm going current. Gando, Snakey, Jackpot. Kim Hybrex. Someone like Chris Dobie, I think. They're my 5. From current players on the tour, I'd go Wright, Gando, Jackpot, Dobie, Kim Hybrex. Balance of reasonable ages. I don't want them all old boys or etc. I think they'll have a couple of sherbets between them. Decent atmosphere. We definitely won't lose. We've got a little bit of muscle and a little bit of arrogance. Do what we want. That's the Kim and the A.D. Lewis picks. You're not going to kick off with them in a pub very often, are you? I think that's well rounded. Jenks, as in Andy Jenkins, Phil. Interesting. To be fair, the 2 seniors events I've been to, Reading and Newbury, the atmosphere has been fantastic. Some of those guys are just superb. Phil's forgetting Burnett. Jenks is not the muscle anymore, perhaps once upon a time, but he is funny, I'll give you that one. I forgot Wadey. I've had a mare. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. I forgot James Wade. Current score updates then. Peter Wright has gone 4-3 up on Nathan Aspinall. Adrian Lewis trails Michael Van Gerwen by the same scoreline. Damon Hester 4-2 up on Jeff Smith. And Jose de Souza and Luke Humphreys locked in at 1 apiece to begin. If we're the only ones in the pub, I'd take Bobby George. But if there's more people in the pub, no, I'd spend all day waiting for him to go, what? Can't hear you. Bless him. Eric used to be able to tell some stories. Roland Sholton was brilliant with me when we were at the Circus Tavern. Mace was a good crack in Reading. Him, Mark Frost, Mark Walsh, Jenks. They don't have to mess around a bit. Matteo is one of the nicest guys in the sport as well. Mark Hilton. Mile high. Fantastic gentleman. Oh, and I'm chucking. He's not quite old enough yet. I want to. Can you believe we're having a discussion about the best players aged 40 in their 40s in the world earlier? Wayne Mardle is currently 48. Colin Lloyd is 48, potentially about to turn 49. And Colin Lloyd is in that same bracket of gentlemen as I've just spoken about Mark Hilton. He is fantastic, man. Cannot speak highly enough of a man that is most known for punching a dartboard, but he is just a gentleman. What about Whitlock? I've never really spent enough time with Whitlock. Phil gets on with the Wizard. We are heading towards the finishing line in potentially 3 games all at once. So Van Gerwen leads Adrian Lewis 5-3, and he has the darts here in leg number 9. Peter Wright leads Nathan Aspinall 5-3, and he has the darts here in leg number 9. And Damon Hector leads Jeff Smith 5-2. He will also have the leg darts in leg number 9 if it goes that far. It does go that far. Lewis hangs on. Aspinall hangs on. Both of those are breaks of throw. Both of those are now throwing to force a decider. Maybe we're not heading towards 3 results all at the same time. Big visit from Van Gerwen, sees him edge ahead against the darts. Luke Humphreys, Jose de Salza 3-2. Another one of those little bit of a dip for Humphreys at the minute. Damon Hector, match darts should be incoming for him very, very shortly though. Well, guaranteed to be incoming for him because Jeff Smith cannot check out 176 no matter how well he's played today. And it's 3 in hand at tops for the Heat to be the first man into the semi-finals. And it does go. Damon Hector is your first man into today's semi-finals. He beats Jeff Smith 6-3, and he will take on the winner of Peter Wright and Nathan Aspinall, who have just gone to a deciding leg. Adrian Lewis has just taken Michael Van Gerwen to a deciding leg. Another news, up the Brentford. Hey, Daniel. An excellent run for Jeff Smith indeed, but it does come to an end at the quarter-final stage. And it's a huge 180 against the darts for Nathan Aspinall to kick off against Peter Wright. After 6, Van Gerwen leads by just 3 measly points, but he's straight back in the treble. What a tune. 85 from Lewis, and he's up against it now. And Nathan Aspinall is on 6 perfect darts against the darts. 7. Oh, just outside the treble 19 for the Asp. 62, Nathan. Treble 10 to leave double 16. At least 52 after 9. Van Gerwen, potential match darts incoming. No, doesn't go. He was on 80. He went treble 1, 19, 18 to leave tops. Lewis needed a 1-3-6 to save the match. It doesn't go. Van Gerwen coming back. 4 tops to complete the job. 3 in hand at double 40. Nathan Aspinall's getting 2 at double 16, and they don't go. He's hit just 8. Van Gerwen does defeat AD Lewis 6-5. And Nathan Aspinall is the most animated man behind Peter Wright. The faces he's pulling right now as Peter Wright slaps home the top, slap bang in the middle. Aspinall collapses to the floor with a little bit of laughter, bless him. But it is Peter Wright that beats Nathan Aspinall 6-5, and he will now take on Damon Heta. Oh boy, what a day we could be in for here. Let's sack this one off. We're going to split to just 2 scores very, very soon anyway, so I'll just update this one. Nightmare indeed for AD Lewis fans, but Damon Heta, Peter Wright, and Michael Van Gerwen are 3 of your 4 semi-finalists. We're 1 away from a complete lineup. Luke Humphreys currently leading Jose de Souza 4-3. Andreas Harrison, what a beard that is. Scott Waite, take note. See how this one plays out. I should also mean that Van Gerwen will play his semi-final against either de Souza or Humphreys on streaming board 2, and Peter Wright will swap to streaming board 1 to take on Damon Heta. Absolutely bang on. Damon Heta against Peter Wright. It's popped up to stream board 1. Right then, folks, over 230 of you are currently watching me sit here talk to you about darts, but only 76 of you have hit that like button. Please do me a favour. It literally takes 30 seconds of your time, but it does make what we're doing here as a brand, as a team, as OD, far more viable for the future. We really would appreciate it if you just press that like button for us. And if you haven't done so already, do subscribe to the channel. Turn on your notifications so you don't miss any uploads from us. Phil's at the Lakeside. He's getting you interviews from the players that he can that have just won and got over the line, including Jared Cole that's up already. The Live League finals will be back this evening. I'll be back tomorrow. Once again for Players Championship number 11. Let's have a quick look what's going on the Challenge Tour as well. While this is brewing up nicely, best of 3 from here effectively. In the 64, what results do we have? Scott Williams has beaten Jesus Nogueira. Reece Colley, Peter Jakes, Josh Payne have all picked up victories. Rob Owen is out. Graham Usher's beaten Martin Turner. Stephen Burton has whitewashed Wes Newton. Roman Beneke has defeated Christopher Wickenden. Kieran Tian's lost to Dave Pallett, who looks like he's having a decent day. Josh Herman is out. Roberto Vandali is about to take on Pete Burgon by the looks of things. They are. 12 data to open for Pete. Matt Edgar is still in the hunt today, folks. What channel is the WDF on? I'm watching it on Eurosport 2, but I believe the afternoon sessions are also on Quest if you have Freeview. But Eurosport, it will be covering the entire tournament if you have access to it. But the afternoon sessions for every day will be available via the Discovery platforms. I think that's Quest, or I can't remember what the other one is. You can pick any 2 pundits, commentators to call your dream final. Who's playing and who's calling it? Oh. The problem with a dream final is it tends to mean pick 2 players you'd love to go and see win it, but then one of them has to lose. When they're on it, I don't think there's a better duo than Stud and Mardle. I honestly think as a pair, they're superb. I do like John Part and Webster together. Part and Mardle aren't terrible. But yeah, I think I'd have to go Mardle and Stud as a pair. And I'd also have to go, as long as I can pick the result of the final, it would be James Wade beating anybody. Noble leg then for De Souza and Luke Humphreys. And it's the Portuguese man of scores that has the darts. We can do better. I think old and new can be a mishmash. Oh, not Tony Green. No. I'm going John Gwynn. I love Sid and Dave, but they're a pair, and I don't think you want to pick both of them. I'm going. I'd love to hear Gwynny and Mardle together, just going absolutely mad. You definitely need soundproofing on that box, though. and Dream Final. I don't know. I'm stuck. Not stuck though. Is potentially Luke Humphries 2 darts away from the semi-finals, and he can't clean up the 9, and Jose de Souza has a chance. That's 62. And it goes in 3. Jose de Souza completes your semi-final lineup with a 6-5 victory over Luke Humphries. And what a semi-final lineup it is. Damon Heta will take on Peter Wright, and Michael Van Gerwen will take on Jose de Souza. In the final 4, we currently have the number 2 seed, the number 3 seed, the number 4 seed, and the number 9 seed. What a staggering day of darts from the top boys. Every match Jose has played has gone to a decider and he's 105. Surely not. Surely you are right. Oh my gosh. He's beaten Gert de Vos 6-5 with a 95 average. He's beaten Josh Rock 6-5 with a 94 average. He's beaten Barry Van Peert 6-5 with a 97 average. Stephen Bunting 6-5 with a 100 average. And Luke Humphries 6-5 with a 92 average. I think that means his average for the day is around the 95 mark. Cheers, Pete. All the best, mate. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Once again for Pro Tour Live, but there is just 3 games left today. Both will be on PDC TV, but at this moment I will be putting scores up for both of those matches live as well. Please bear that in mind. One more quick ad break before these semi-finals get underway. If you've got any more questions, fire them in the chat room. I'll definitely answer them as much as I can and get involved. I'll also try and fire up a poll to see who you think will win from the final 4 from here. But for now, let's have a look at this Blade 6 in all its glory. There it is then, folks, the Blade 6 from Winmar, one of our sponsors here at Online Darts. Promise you I'm trying to pause that in the background. I need to get YouTube open on a separate screen so I can ask you who wins from here. You know what's coming, folks. The poll is on its way. It will be Heta. Got to capitalize names. Right. Van Gerwen or De Souza. Fire away then, folks. The poll is up. A few minutes to go before the semi-finals get underway. They're not active on Dark Connect just yet. The players being given a few minutes comfort break. The first match you remember watching was Royden Lamb versus Simon Stevenson. How on earth did you ever become a darts fan? There's Harrison doing a job here on Laszlo Kadar. What are those numbers next to the names? Can't be 67th seed. There's only 48 players. I'm very jealous of anybody who grew up in a pub. My ex-girlfriend's mum bought a pub between us finishing secondary school and university. WDF ranking. Interesting. Not sure how to put that there. But anyway. It could be in a world ranking, yeah. Pub connected to a radio station. I've never heard of that. Sounds ridiculous, though. Whoa. Yeah, I'm not against that, James. I'll let you have that one, as long as you don't fight over who wins. First women's match I remember watching was Suzuki O'Brien. No, I can't remember any specifics. I remember watching Zoe Jones a lot. Trina, Dieter. Who had the Simply the Best walk on? Anne-Louise Peters. Remember that one? I'll go back as far as Phil Nixon final, maybe. I can't remember if that was before or after Webby Whitlock. I remember Webby's year. Don't remember Barney in the BDO an awful lot, maybe just. And Louise Peters, yeah. She milked the shit out of that walk-on as well, excuse my language. Which is good, because I'm pretty sure she got battered. She won the first game, lost second, won the second. Like Laszlo's edging back towards one apiece at the lakeside. Still no sign of these semi-finals though. Just not through Dark Connect. %44% of you are on Michael van Gerwen right now. I think the other votes have possibly been split quite nicely between Damon Hector and Peter Wright. Name the major televised finalists you remember being the most gutted for after their defeat. Nixon was definitely up there, and O'Shea. Bizarrely, very, very bizarrely, when Gary Anderson won his first against Phil Taylor, I was quite gutted for Phil Taylor. Despite the fact the man had won everything and anything, he'd had a bit of a weird 18 months or so. I think it was after the swap to Target, and he definitely struggled. And I thought we were seeing the decline a little bit then. And I was concerned we'd never see him in a world final or never see him win another again at that point. So I was a little bit gutted for Taylor that might be the last opportunity he gets to add to that number and just make sure that it's absolutely unobtainable. Nobody gets anywhere near it. So he's definitely up there. In terms of others, there's a couple of semi-finals that stick out to me. Obviously, I spent a lot of time with Kyle Anderson, actually shared a house with him for a while. When I say a while, 3 years. And the European Championship semi-final against Michael van Gerwen, where he hit the 9. I think if he wins that match, he's in the Premier League. And there was a Euro Tour as well in Austria, I think, where he missed darts to beat Phil Taylor in the semis, and he should have won that as well. They were the two that stick out for me. They killed. Players Championship 10's not over yet, as the Claxons once sang. We are waiting on the semi-finals to get underway. Taking a while at this moment as well. I think that might be my parcel, so I'll be back in 1 second. Sorry for that. Yeah, so the Players Championship 10, there we go. They're both showing us warming up now. So let's pop that one up and ready. And we'll get that one up and ready. We'll go board 1 on the left, board 2 on the right. In the Euro Tour, what do we have going on? Dave Pallett's 3 apiece. Peter Yates, Reece Collier underway. Kevin Costantini is 4-2 behind Darren Johnson. Pete Burgoyne's about to take on Danny Van Tripp. Scott Williams, Matt Edgar. Jan Havlicek against Josh Payne as well. There's life on streaming board 1. As Dark Connect on 2 kicks into live, so they're both getting going at pretty much the same time. folks. Underway in both. Peter Wright wins the bullseye, as does Jose de Souza. Can Damon Heta or Jose stop a meeting of the world number one and the former world number one? Mr. Boyce is in. Cheers, buddy. Maybe you're not enjoying your day off too much. And tomorrow. Reminder, these are now first two sevens. Ooh, Wolfie going in on the WDF. That's just gone up on our YouTube channel. Don't want to tell you to stop watching me, but that's certainly worth a look afterwards. I go for the bullseye women's, but I go for the ball. Sounds weird, without focusing on it as much. So it's a little bit of a lazier dart, and I know it's bad technique, it's poor, but it's just, yeah. I think it means when you're on like 61 and you're aiming for 25 to lead 36, do you aim at the bullseye or do you aim at the 25 or a specific part of it? I don't think you can aim at something hoping to miss it. Especially not at the level that majority of pros play at. Recreational level, it's a little bit different, but Van Gogh and De Souza then one apiece despite 13-point gap in the averages. 13-point gap in the averages between Damon Heta and Peter Wright as well, but double 19 will level them up at one apiece. And that's exactly what happens. Suddenly they're averaging the same. It's amazing how that happens sometimes. Laszlo Kadar is staying alive as well against Andreas Harrison. And as far as I'm aware, folks, there is no two clear legs in any WDF match this year. Jose de Sousa with a clean killer 76, takes a 2-1 lead over Van Gogh, and again, despite being 14 points below in the averages. Cindy, that's for the WDF. They're on a different ranking system. You won't find them on the Pro Tour Order Merit. Different organisation affiliation altogether. Pete Roach has missed 3 in hand at double 18. Is Daniel Sison in the chat room? That's not going very well for his football team. Damon Hatter back-to-back 140s and a breaker throw up on Peter Wright right now. Peter Wright. Yeah, say that 4 times quick. And Jose de Sousa has a breaker throw over Michael Van Gogh as well. How's Laszlo Kadar won that? I also love the name Laszlo. Reminds me of Grand Theft Auto Vice City. What a game. Absolute GOAT level game. Anyone that says San Andreas was better wants their head chicken. Doo-doo-doo. 3-1 Hatter, 3-1 de Sousa. We were saying, can either of the players stop a world number 1 versus former world number 1 matchup? At the minute, they're both stopping it. Long way to go, though. Yeah, John Part is playing the Challenge Tour this weekend. I think, we know he went to Q School. He pretty much used that as preparation for the seniors. I think maybe he's doing that again a little bit. Doesn't have to go to the qualifier next week, but obviously we do have the Masters in a couple of weeks' time. But it's in Germany, and I believe he's recently signed with the manufacturer Loxley. And Matt Edgar was over there doing some work as well. So I think they tied it all into one journey. So I think he went out there to their offices or studio or factory and has played the Challenge Tour whilst he's there as well. He picked up a good result against Leighton Bennett yesterday. 5-3. He's still in as well, actually. Daniel Vogt is 1 away from the last 32. Matt Edgar's taken the opener against Scott Williams. Still a long way to get going in that one. Perry Lubitsch has just beaten Michael Flynn. Edgar's 1-0 up, Daniel, on Scott Williams. 100 average, so that's a 15 dart leg for him. These two games are liking a little bit of symmetry at the minute. 3-2 now in both. Right, effectively pinch the darts here, though, against Damon Heta. Van Gerwen looks possibly like he's just missed a dart at tops. Or double 10. Duh. Outside on double 10. We'll find out when the stream catches up very, very shortly. For a 140, De Souza takes out the 71 to stay 2 legs ahead. That's the first treble. Did he go tops, tops? No, he went second treble and then just missed on the outside wire that double 10. Peter Wright fires in a maximum and levels up at 3 apiece. Finally, the games do something different. Peter is using a similar 1-mode shaft flight system like Campbell's, but a different brand. Yeah, I don't think it's the Condor system. The stem looks too different for it, but it does look very, very nice. Jose's using the Condor system. And they just look a little bit different for me. I can't have the volume on the streaming games either. Normally you can tell by the sound that they make when they hit each other. Big moments now for Damon Heta, by the way. Peter Wright just started picking up the last couple of legs. Scoring phase of this leg has been very, very good for Snakebite. Expect him to take this out. He's still got 6 darts from this ton. But you need a response if you're Damon Heta in the next leg. Unless you get it here. Unless you get away with it here, but you do need a big response. You have to shut Peter Wright down before he goes on these runs of legs. And actually, I've been saying for ages how the straight barrel dart are the ones for Peter Wright. He looks very, very good, very, very comfortable with the equipment today. The shutdown doesn't come, but this is the big leg from Damon Heta. Firing a 4-visit leg. Show Peter you're up for this. Stay at him. Van Gerwen needs to turn it around and he needs to start now. Just seen him pull up his socks. Means he's ready for the fight. This is a big hold, but it's the next leg he needs to be targeting as well. You can't get too far ahead of yourself. Looking for a 15 dart here and then a real attack. Assault on the Jose de Souza throw in the next leg. Is anybody wishing they could change their mind in the poll yet? 5-3, Van Gerwen takes out the 82. It doesn't pause for very long. I can't tell you how many darts it took him to take it out. Normally it flashes up with a little yellow number next to it, but I've been super speedy with it the last few weeks. Oh my. Oh my. I don't have to tell you how many darts that one took because it could only go in 3. Peter Wright has just reeled in the biggest of fishes. How good was that from Snakebite in the final? And then he's opened up 180 in the next. Don't jinx what, Cindy? I'm not jinxing anything. I'm just saying it how I see it. Damon Harris not doing an awful lot wrong here. He's averaging 103. He's just left 16 after 9, and there's a very, very good chance he doesn't get to go here, as Peter Wright wants 50. And it doesn't go. He does get a chance at it. Big moments now for Damon Heta. You have to take advantage of this. This will be the break back, and he'll be throwing to level it up. Huge slip from Damon Heta. Fear for the heat right now. I said he hadn't done an awful lot wrong. That's a little bit wrong. 3 darts in hand at 88. Don't go for the heat. Jose de Souza pings 102, clean as a whistle, and he's also 1 leg away from the final. Are we heading for a Peter Wright, Jose de Souza finale in Players' Championship number 10? It certainly looks like it. At least nobody started shaking hands just yet, a la Rob Cross and Gerwyn Price last weekend. Even here, look, 109 average for Snakey. Has he found a new set of darts to fall in love with? Trebleless for Heta. Trebleless does not mean troubleless. Peter Wright leaves 58. Van Gerwen gets one back, but it was a hold. Jose de Souza with the opportunity to shut the door. Take a trip to the final. 18 tops for Peter Wright incoming. It's nearly a lot less as well. It's nearly 88. He slipped into the wrong treble. Leaves 20. Big moment then for Damon Heta. Has to go to save the match. Jose de Souza just opening the door a little bit for Michael Van Gerwen here. Back-to-back 1-3-4s for the Green Machine. No treble, well, 1 treble for Jose de Souza in 9 darts. Currently 130, 29 points behind. do that maths quickly. Peter Wright is over the line, though. More opportunities came and went for Damon Heta, but the scoring power for Peter Wright throughout that match was crazy. It's 108 average for Snakebite in a 7-3 victory over Damon Heta. As the world #1 moves into today's final in Barnsley. Oh, yeah. 6-5. Then Van Gerwen does get back to it, opens up 180, and that, folks, tells me we're heading towards a decider already. He couldn't. I'm not looking. I'm not looking. Boo with me, folks. Boo it with me. Van Gerwen doesn't leave it. But more importantly, he's 2 darts away from 6 apiece. It goes, and now, huge leg for today. Jose does love a decider today, Sam. Well put. And actually, that would have been 6-5 to Jose. Every single one of his games, he has gone 6-5 ahead. Surely he can't again. Oh, he finds a maximum. What timing? It's back-to-back 140s for Van Gerwen. Still advantage to Sousa as long as he finds at least one treble. We'll be hoping for 2, though, and that's exactly what he gets to leave 102. Similar score for Van Gerwen now, though, and he is favourite. Huge visit for Van Gerwen. He's massive favourite, and Jose de Sousa now has to take out 102 to make today's final. He has already won 5 deciding legs to get to this point. And it doesn't look like he's going to get the opportunity again to win his 6th. Marco Van Gerwen is 41 points away from the final, from 6-4, 6-5 behind. And the Green Machine takes out double 16. There's the 9. Outside. Pings it in the green bit for today's final. And today's final will be Peter Wright against Michael Van Gerwen. You don't want to see me 100%. Let me just get this set up for you guys. There we go. Even better view now as we share just the tab. MVG was 6-3 down. Jose de Souza will be absolutely kicking himself, but we do get the second seed versus the fourth seed, the world number 1 against the world number 3. I lose track with those boys at the minute right now. He is the current world number 3, and he's slowly extending that gap over Michael Smith and James Wade. And now you know full well we're going to have at least 5 to 10 minute wait for the final. Top 32 results in the Challenge Tour. Dave Pallett's beaten Patrick Mart. Danny Van Tripp's beaten Pete Burgoyne. Scott Taylor's beaten Roman Benecke. Scott Williams is out. Matthew Edgar doing the damage on the man in yellow. Christian Kiss has beaten Gary Blades. Roy van der Glint has beaten Mark Graham Usher. Josh Payne has beaten Jan Havlicek, and Peter Jakes has beaten Reese Coley. Yeah, go on then, Phil. Chuck us the Martin Adams clip if you have it ready. After his loss to Jared Cole in the WDF, we'll get that played in the interval. Yeah, Russubs, I don't know how to pronounce your name, unfortunately. I hope I haven't butchered that too much. I'm saying revise your prediction for the final. I don't think so. Yeah, my bad. Got a little bit ahead of myself for that one. 9 data in the final. Only if somebody else comes and swaps to me for the final game. Otherwise, this might be the first day on the Pro Tour without one in a very, very long time. And I take full responsibility for it. But both players are playing very, very well. Both players had opportunities in the last couple of games as well. Minutes then I'll get you that Martin Adams clip. In fact, let's have one last little ad break while we're having that load up. If you've got any more questions, fire them in the chat room, and also chuck in your score predictions for today's final. We've got a few minutes until we do see Michael Van Gerwen against Peter Wright, but for now, no favoritism in this, just because these are the manufacturer sponsor of the show. Final ad break before the final. back to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Myself, Jack Garvey-Garwood, in association with our friends at Boyle Sports. We are moments away from the final of Players' Championship number 10. A big, big thank you if you are still here, stuck with me on my own all day. As promised, though, before we went to that little ad break, we do have a little bit of a clip from Martin Adams after his defeat in the first round, preliminary round at the Lakeside WDF World Championship. So let's hear from Wolfie while we're waiting for a couple of minutes before today's final gets underway.
Can't say at the moment. Can't say. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, you ask yourself the question, do I want to continue travelling around Europe, bits of Scandinavia or whatever, and just to chase points for 2 events a year? Do I want to do that? I don't know at the moment, and the probable answer is no.
Wolfie, pleasure as always, and thank you very, very much.
Very, very emotional Martin Adams, as it perhaps is dawning on him that his time playing WDF World Championships might be up. Is that the last time we see Martin Adams at the Lakeside? No, it is not. We will definitely see him at the Seniors World Championships. If you guys haven't already grabbed your tickets, do make sure you have a look at going down. It will be a fantastic weekend of darts. Some great old names involved in that one. We will find out who completes that lineup next weekend as well. I'll be in Reading. Might even try and drop on the stream occasionally just to give the odd update to you guys watching along, as Phil will be doing the Pro Tours next weekend. Lee will be at the Lakeside. We're pretty much spread out all over the place. But as I said, a big, big thank you if you guys are still here watching us. As the banner says, thank you for joining us. If you haven't done so already, please do drop us a like, subscribe to the channel, and comment below to get involved, especially throughout this final. Still waiting on Dart Connect to get ready for this final game. When does it start, Levy? In about 2 or 3 minutes. We're not a million miles away. Hoping my refreshments have just arrived. Remind me to go to the shop before tomorrow starts. What's been your favourite Wright versus MVG match they've had? The World Championship was quite satisfying as somebody that had seen Peter Wright struggle a few times to get over that line. Thank you, Anita. A little bit different today, but it's been quite enjoyable. You guys have kept me sane. Not argued with myself yet. Still think there's time for that, though. Excalibur, look, I'm not against that, obviously. Clearly have affiliations with the World Seniors. No, not anymore, DTB. I'm not sure he's got the drive to go and do that. Ability, yes. Stamina, dwindling a little bit. I'm just not sure we ever see Martin Adams at Q School. Yeah, when he look, Hetter's having a lot of deep runs at the minute as well. Prediction was right about him having a deep run. sane. Sane is like the opposite of insane. Keeps you normal. Warming up indeed. Hello, hello, hello. Who do I think will win? Van Gerwen. Oh, I get you, Cindy. My bad. Let's have a look then. Right, been better the last couple of games, but I thought he started slowly. Maybe I'm very wrong in that. He averaged 100 in his first game to beat Ricky Evans 6-4, 96 average to beat Gert Nenches 6-4. Peter Wright then beat Mervyn King 6-3 of 111 average. It was 99 average to beat Keegan Brown, who averaged 108 back at him. Good win over Nathan Aspel, who also had a better average than him. And then 108 to beat Damon Heta. Van Gerwen, 88 to beat Brett Claydon, 101 to beat Ryan Meikle, 98.7 to beat Madars Erasma, 106 average to beat Brendan Dolan, 94 to beat Adrian Lewis, and a flat 100 to beat Jose De Souza. It looks like Owen Binks has the nod to be today's referee. I've just seen Jonathan's comment saying Dark Connect predicted today's final with a background at the top. It's even got the same referee in it. Doesn't quite have the Summer Series though. There's a couple of them are DTB, so there's some that are officials. So the ones that will do this board, the stream marking, they're PDC officials. Owen Binks will also do the stage events. So once you're part of that stage team, you're employed by the PDC. The rest of the ones that do the outer boards, they're sort of voluntary, but they are paid. So that's pretty much about knowing the right people just to get involved. And then they'll get you to challenge tours, etc. as well. Pro Tour days are paid 100% by the PDPA. I think Women's Series might be too. Challenge Tour is self-marked for now, as is Dev Tour. They're working on that as well, I believe. There we go, that's better. Make it a bit bigger for you. Fill the screen. Chance of an early break then for Peter Wright. And it goes. 14 dart leg. I'm not jinxing anything. we see Paul Hinks at Lakeside? Not at the minute, I don't believe, because he is a still PDC employee, as far as I know. And they have their ref team, don't they? They've got Marco Meyer, Nick Rolls, Charlie Corsafine, Anthony Dundas. Feel like I've missed one. Rolls, Dundas, Corsafine, Meyer. So one more. There must be somewhere. There's quite a gap in the averages right now, folks. 43 points difference through 2 legs. Peter Wright adds an 11 data to his account to go with a 14 data in the first leg. $25 darts to win 2 legs. I know people that would kill for that in 1 leg. Guys, don't jinx it, Cindy, but he is playing ridiculously well right now. $91 points, but this could go in 2. This could be another 11. It's taking a while. Hesitancy in the counting. That was all from Peter Wright, but he does go 3-0 up, averaging 116. After a couple of weeks of a little bit of a blip from Peter Wright, he looks fantastic right now. Does Peter have to be somewhere in 20 minutes? He's on fire. The thought that literally just went through my head was, after all the scraps, all the battles, 3 of the quarterfinals went all the way, 1 of the semis went all the way. There hasn't been a whitewash win since the top 64, when Madders Razma beat Nick Fulwell 6-0 and Martin Schindler beat David Evans 6-0. I don't remember the last Pro Tour final to go 6-0, especially not since we've moved to first to 8 legs. And if Van Gogh doesn't hold throw here, we very much start approaching the possibility that he might not win a leg. What does the winner of a Challenge Tour event win? $2,000, Rishi. maybe I was getting a bit ahead of myself with the whitewash conversation. Especially now Van Gogh should get his first leg on the board very soon. Especially now, at least 6 from 77. The average is going to take a little bit of a battering here from Peter Wright as well. It was a superb performance for the first 4 legs. Unless he finds a 180 here, he almost could have done with Van Gogh and taking that out. Just take the damage on the average and get it done with. And Van Gogh is on the board. Yeah, be me on my own all day, Stephen. You missed out. We've had the WDF conversations as well as we've been going on. We've checked in on the Challenge Tour at times too. Try and round up a couple for tomorrow, though. Hasn't been a Pro Tour final whitewash since Anderson beat Wright in March 2018. There you have it. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Conversation about a whitewash. Van Gogh produces another ridiculously good leg. 140, 180, 140 is about to cut the lead to just 2, you suspect. Not yet. This would be a stinger. T-Ride's just lost his range a little bit in the last 2 legs. We are back to 4-2. Surely he's not going to change that. I was literally just grabbing a photo of them. 6.43, and this is where it gets a little bit tense for Peter Wright. We've seen his average fall by 16 points. These are the dart snake he's been using for the day. What do we think? This has to go, doesn't it? Or we're back level. It feels like the Amanda Harwood game in the WDF has been on for an awful long time. Am I right in thinking that? It does look like a little bit of a struggle for both players in front of the cameras. Going, looking like he's about to lead for the first time, I believe, in this match. Did he win the first leg? I don't think he did. I haven't got the darts Simon Whitlock used, unfortunately, Graham. If they pop up tomorrow and he appears on stream, then I'll definitely give him a go. They look somewhere like Mervyn King's, perhaps. Weird scallop in the middle, slightly thicker. Five, 4, Van Gerwen. 5 straight legs for the green machine. It was 4 straight legs for Peter Wright. So much for a whitewash. Indeed, Jonathan, we got ahead of ourselves a little bit there. Did say that 5th leg was absolutely massive for Van Gerwen, to be fair, didn't I? I did. It's not over yet. The reminder, it is a race to 8. I think that's sort of the issue, though, isn't it, Stephen? You can't ban her because of him. Edgar wins 5-4. Let me have a quick look at what's going on the Challenge Tour for you guys. I'm not staying on to finish that one, unfortunately. Top 16, we've seen Danny Van Tripp beat Dave Pallett. Roy van der Grint beat Josh Payne. Kenny Nines has beaten Peter Jakes. And Matt Edgar has just beaten Scott Taylor. So that's Scott Williams and Scott Taylor back-to-back for Edgar TV. Christian Kiss is currently 2-0 up on Stephen Burton. Yella Klassen took the opener against John Part. Lucas Veinig is 3-2 up on Gavin Carlin. And Stefan Sietman and Jeremy van der Winkel are about to get underway. That's your last 16 in the Challenge Tour, second event of the day. However, once this final is over, we'll be done. How do you watch the Players' Championship? You can either follow all of the scores live via Dart Connect, or if you have a PDC TV subscription, they have streaming boards. So the final is currently being streamed on there. You normally get 10, 12 matches a day on that, I think. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 10, 11 matches a day per streaming board. Right, did miss the ball for a 170 and was punished. And Van Gerwen has the darts here for a 7-4 lead. MVG is going 8 straight. It certainly looks like it, Stephen, which is crazy when you consider we were talking about Peter Wright whitewashing him at 4-0 up. Maybe somebody told Michael what we were saying and he's kicked into another gear. Peter Wright's dropped off a little bit, to be fair. He was playing ridiculous darts for the first few legs. It's looking like Peter Wright is going to have to produce 4 more straight legs. We saw him do it to open this match. And now he's going to have to do it to close it if he's going to win the title here. If MVG wins, he'll go level for Colin with the most titles won this year. He will indeed. Who thought you'd be saying that at the start of the year? Huge 180 for Peter Wright. But if Van Gerwen finds a 2-treble visit, he still has the advantage. Does not. Relents a little bit. Timo says, I think MVG can win the Premier League. I think MVG can win anything he wants. He's just not been able to for the last 18 months. Certainly in a good position this year. That's that first week that he won, where there was like no resistance whatsoever. Did his leg difference absolute wonders. It would take something special for him to not be in the final 4 from here. Just still opening the door a bit, isn't he, Peter Wright? And Van Gerwen will come crashing through it if you keep giving him opportunities. Just not finding that treble bed consistently at all. He's sped up a little bit by the looks of it, as well as Peter Wright. It's all the pressure that Van Gerwen is putting on him, and this 68 now has to go, or we will have a title winner today. Graham, if you go to pdc.tv, in the top right hand corner there'll be a thing called PDC TV. There'll be an option to log in or subscribe. You need to follow the instructions on there, sign up, create an account, pay for your membership, and then you'll be able to watch. But it's a little bit late for today because the action is over. Peter Wright misses 2 darts to win the leg, double 4 and double 2, and Van Gerwen picks up the title. Congratulations to Michael Van Gerwen, who wins Players' Championship number 10. The Green Machine, from 4-0 behind, wins 8 legs on the spin to Peter Wright. A little bit of a shrug from Peter Wright, as if to say, yeah, I've done all right for the day, but then not too fussed by the looks of things. But a superb performance from Van Gerwen throughout the day. Both superb throughout the day, to be fair. But MVG picks up today's title, moves level with Joe Cullen on number of titles won this year, something that not many would have thought would have been said at the start of the year, given how bad 2021 was for Michael Van Gerwen. Massive, massive thank you to everybody else for joining me throughout the day. You guys have all been absolutely superb. Hopefully there'll be more of the team dropping in throughout the day to help me tomorrow. More darts is on for you guys. I'm not going to hog you all, but the WDF is still underway. I think this session is on Eurosport only. It's not on Quest. It's just the afternoon sessions that are going to be shown on free to air. If not, the Live League finals, Saturday night final, is on later today from around 10 p.m. So make sure you tune into that one. I think Chris Mason will be taking you through all of the action. Phil Bars is down in Lakeside at the minute. He's getting new reactions from all the players. He just posted Ryan O'Sullivan's interview. I'm not sure if he's going to get Laszlo Kadar. I'm not sure how great his English is to be able to produce an interview for us guys, but he's also already got Jared Cole, Martin Adams, should get Ben Hazel, etc. as well. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Like I said, big giveaway coming at 25,000 subs. You have to be subscribed if you're going to be in contention to win that. There is ways for us to check, so don't you worry about that. Like I said, a massive thank you. You guys have all been absolutely superb. I really do appreciate you tuning in. If you weren't here, then I wouldn't be here. And well, what else would I have done with my Saturday than sit here and talk to myself for 6 hours while you guys replied to me in text? But yeah, absolutely superb. A big thank you to all of our sponsors, to Windmill, to Red Dragon, to Modus, and to Boyle Sports, whose coverage has been brought to you in association with. I will see you all tomorrow as we go once again and see if Michael Van Gerwen can go outright as the number of titles won this year. Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you later.
Devil.